Good evening, Who Dat Nation, and happy draft day number 2 to our Bayou Blitz family. I hope everybody is doing well out there. Those of you that are jumping on with us right away, thanks for being a soldier. We were on air live last night for 4.5 hours through round one, as we saw the Saints make one selection. And we will be here. Your Bayou Blitz podcast will be here with you through every pick of rounds 2 and 3 on day 2 of our Bayou Blitz Draft-A-Thon. And with that, I am one of your co-hosts, Bob Rose. And joining me on the other side of the screen is your other co-host to your Bayou Blitz Draft-A-Thon, Brendan Boylan. Brendan, after 4.5 hours and like an extra half hour chatting last night, how are you coming along? You still hanging in there?
Oh yeah, I'm good. Had a good dinner before we got on. Got a body armor IV to stay hydrated. I might have to put some coffee on a little bit later, but we're rolling. We're rolling. You heard before we got on. The biggest thing is over the last few days, just the regular job, forcing my hand in certain situations. But no, when it comes to the journalistic and the reporting and the podcast side, we're all gravy, baby. Jerry says, "Who Dat Nation?" and nice intro. Thanks, Jerry. I thought it was about time we had like an intro. And Bob said the other day the thugonomics was growing on him. So
it is.
I think we'll throw some other throughout the course of this year. I think what we'll end up doing is using multiple WWE entrance musics. I think that'll be fun and change up some of the highlights. But I appreciate that. Mark says, "What's up, Bob and Brendan? Thanks for joining again, Mark. Appreciate you guys and the 200 of you that joined us yesterday. We're super appreciative of that. So far, 50 of you guys this early too. Dang. Okay, great.
Nice.
Great. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Bob, I do have to say this. There were some reports about the Saints and what they could do at pick 40 today, but most importantly, probably one of our closest sources, and that is my wife, Katie, who knows nothing about the Saints and doesn't follow football. She says the Saints will not draft a quarterback tonight. So throwing it up on the screen, take that with what you will. We'll see if she's right or not. But we actually did hear some reports that the Saints were not going to necessarily reach for a quarterback in the second round. And that they wanted to make sure that the value was there, according to their boards. And by the sounds of it, it's going to make a lot of you disappointed, so don't check out too early. We never know. Reports are one thing, reality is another. But the early reports are that many do not believe the Saints will be looking at Shedeur Sanders at pick 40. But we'll see. I mean, that's why we have the draft. Is there's a lot of smoke screens, a lot of reports that come out that are false for a reason. Frankly, Bob, I don't even know if Shedeur is going to be there at 40 if they wanted to take him because of some of the picks ahead of him. But before we get too deep into tonight, we've had some time to sit and marinate on it. Your thoughts on the Saints' first round and the first round in general?
Well, the pick. The Saints pick Calvin Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas. He's a good player, no doubt about it. He should make an immediate impact for the Saints. At least you better hope he does, because when you're a team with this many needs and you bypass what is, in my opinion, bigger needs than what you had an offensive tackle to pick an offensive tackle, he better be damn good. But I mean, throughout college, Calvin Banks was that. He was damn good. Potentially between him and Talise Fuaga, you possibly have a pair of bookend tackles for the next 8-10 seasons. And we remember how good the New Orleans offense was with Ryan Ramczyk and Teron Armstead. How good the Saints offense was with Teron Armstead and Zach Strief. How good that whole offensive line was. Back in the Super Bowl championship year, 2010, 2011, my opinion, the best offense in NFL history in 2011. It was spearheaded by, of course, the quarterback, Drew Brees. But Drew looked good because of a darn good offensive line. So, I mean, if they have that kind of player in Calvin Banks, how can you be critical? And, there was no doubt that this team needed help on the offensive line. We all acknowledged it. It's just very few of us thought that the Saints would address tackle so early. So, that in itself was surprising. And as far as the first round in general, Alan Ulrich from Under the Dome, who will probably be joining us later this evening, he pointed out very accurately that the first round didn't have any flow to it. There was never any run on specific positions, and as a whole, offensive line, tackle, guard, a total of 5 of them were selected. 6 of them, take that back. 6 of them were selected in the first round. So, I mean, that tells you that NFL teams are wanting to build from the inside out, wanting to bolster their trenches. And why not? You have a Super Bowl champion in the Philadelphia Eagles who largely got there because they just beat people up on both sides of the football. And if the New Orleans Saints can do that with Calvin Banks, again, you're one step ahead of the game there. But yeah, I mean, other than offensive line, obviously the subject topic everybody wants to focus on, as per usual, is the quarterback position. The fact that Shedeur Sanders specifically did not get drafted in the first round. I mean, you look at, there was only 3 wide receivers drafted, only 3 cornerbacks. I thought that especially cornerback would be a little bit heavier. Thought that edge rusher would be a little bit heavier. And as we come into day 2, edge rusher, cornerback are 2 positions where I believe the Saints desperately need, but are also still extremely deep, where you can get talented players, in my opinion, even probably into the 3rd round. Which brings us circling back to Shedeur. You mentioned Brendan, and he may not even be there by the time the Saints pick at 40, the 8th pick, being made in the 2nd round. And yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think if Shedeur, a good chance Shedeur goes to maybe the Cleveland Browns, who have picks 33 and 36, or perhaps even the Vegas Raiders, who are sitting there at 37. I don't, as per the reports that we were hearing, that the Saints aren't going to show any urgency in the quarterback position. That was shown to us last night. I think that if I kept calling it Russian roulette with the draft board, that if Kellen Moore really liked Jackson Dart, or really liked Jalen Milroe, or really liked Shedeur Sanders, that he probably would make some kind of move in the first round to get him. He didn't, which tells me that he has at least enough confidence in Spencer Rattler to risk rolling the dice on this draft board. And B, if you didn't show any urgency in the first round for a quarterback, you're sure as hell not going to show any urgency in the second. Still wouldn't surprise me if the Saints selected one, but it would really shock me at this stage if the Saints made a trade to go get one.
I agree. I think it's going to be more so somebody falls in their lap that they have a pretty good grade on, and decide to go get. However, we've talked about this for over a month now, at least over a month, is Kellen Moore's got to sign off on any quarterback they take, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's have to be, Kellen Moore really likes this guy, let's bring him in. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't take a quarterback today at all in rounds 2 or 3. But only time will tell in regards of that. Going back to Banks in the first round pick for the Saints, you're right. I mean, a guy who started over 40 games throughout his college career, just turned 21 years old, could be a bookend piece for the Saints for a long time. I have a memory that sticks in my head going all the way back to 2006, one of the best drafts the Saints ever had.
Mm-hmm.
And when the Saints were on the clock, it became very evident very quickly after Mario Williams won that the Saints had Reggie Bush literally fall into their lap. But I remember my father going, I might want them to go DeBrickashaw Ferguson. And I go, Dad, what? And he goes, because the importance of having a bookend tackle for a long time that's going to be a stable piece. And honestly, DeBrickashaw Ferguson was for the Jets over 10 years for the Jets. But I'm really happy they went with Reggie Bush, as many of the Houdat Nation are. But that one will always stick out to me because even for me at a young age going, what? Why would you not go with like the surefire thing and getting, well, because this is why this is important. Oh, okay. But regardless, it is important to get those pieces and build from the inside out and win in the trenches. And, I'm a guy who, believe it or not, played the offensive line growing up. So I get it. I understand it. However, I understand the frustration that Saints fans may have with the pick, not because of the player, but because it's not a quote-unquote sexy pick, right? If you go all the way back to 2015, the Saints have selected an offensive or defensive lineman in the first round of every draft in which they've had a first-round pick since 2015. Now, some of those drafts are paired with, like Chris Olave a couple years ago, or paired with another player. But it does get repetitive and it does get a little boring for year after year after year to not have that quote-unquote sexy pick. The last time the Saints picked a player in the first round without also picking an offensive or defensive lineman was Brandon Cooks in 2014. It's been a long time. So I understand the frustration. I understand the urgency and the want and all the rumors and everything going around with pick 9 and how it was like a little bit of a letdown. Bob, you said last night you felt like a lot of energy was sucked out after pick 9. And I think a lot of it was not so much the pick for you and I or even Alan, but the fact that we have all been for the last 3 weeks neck deep in this report, that report. The Saints could do this, the Saints could do that. So I don't think it mattered who the pick was.
Maybe
it was going to be an exhaustion of like, oh, okay, it's over.
Maybe
not like a relief of it's over, but like, oh my Lord, that took it took forever. It's not so much a relief, like it's more so that like you've been sitting at a table in a restaurant for 2 hours and your food finally came. At that point, you're just like, oh, it's not like, oh my God, my food came great. It's just like, oh, it's over. Like I don't have to wait anymore. That's kind of how it felt. So I understand the frustration of Saints fans, but it is a really, really good pick. A guy who's really, really talented. And, Kellen Moore had mentioned it gave them the flexibility to put their best 5 offensive linemen out there, which doesn't eliminate the possibility of what I said last night is the ability to kick inside. So it could be a major piece to the offensive line for years to come. So Saints fans, you should be excited about the pick, even though it's not as sexy as you'd like it to be.
Yeah, and last night to kick off last night's show, we talked about some of the greats in Saints history. A few of the numbers displayed behind me. I think we listed 15 basically New Orleans Saints legends, if not Hall of Famers. And of those 15, 3 of them were first-round draft choices. And only an additional 4 after that were drafted at all in the NFL, let alone by the Saints. Tonight, it's important to remember, the Saints have gotten some really, really good players in the second and third rounds. Michael Thomas, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Alontae Taylor, come to mind, Alvin Kamara, Von Bell, Marcus Williams, we could go on and on. Roman Harper, if you're a Roman Harper fan, I am not. So, in other words, and this is what I tell people too, on social media in particular. Hey, there are more than one round of the NFL draft, and you could still get some very, very good players. And all 3 of us, you, myself, and Alan, all agreed and mentioned it several times last night that we felt the meat and the best in this draft was going to be in the. We have a pick. Browns select UCLA linebacker Carson Schwessinger. It's still no Shador.
I was going to say Mel Kiper said today. By the way, if any of you guys that are tuning into us over some of like the ESPN and NFL Network broadcasts, we really appreciate it. But Mel Kiper was just funny last night because it was just a love fest of Shador Sanders throughout the entire. He continued today by saying, if the Saints pass on Sanders in the second round, that would quote, "That's one of the biggest blunders in the NFL draft in a long time." Leaving it at that. That's Mel Kiper's words, not mine. I think it's hysterical. How much of a love fest there's been between Mel Kiper and Shedeur Sanders. I mean, he was comparing him to Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers. And it was like, we're talking about some of the greatest quarterbacks that have ever walked the face of the earth. And this guy's going to be a second-round pick, more than likely.
And I mean, maybe he is going to be an NFL great, but I mean, how the hell are you going to compare him to any of them? First of all, you're talking about three vastly different styles. So pick a style, Mel.
What is it?
You're gonna throw that kind of pressure on him when he hasn't even taken an NFL snap yet. Yeah, I think it's different when it's say the number 1 or number 2 overall pick, because that comes with so much expectation, so many comparisons to greats and flops over the years. But as soon as Shedeur got past that top 3, you can stop with the comparisons to NFL greats. At that point, you just remind people, hey, some pretty darn good quarterbacks came out of rounds 2, 3, 4, whatever, wherever he ends up falling to. But I mean, Mel Kiper is the originator of hyperbole, when it comes to the media. I hope if the Saints do pass on him at 40, that Kiper does go off on a Jim Harbaugh, Bill Tobin kind of rant that he did back in the mid '90s. That would give us some memes for the next few years.
Absolutely. Our friend Alan Ulrich is back with us tonight. Here he is.
All I got to say is, who the hell is Mel Kiper anyway?
Who is that guy?
We have a wide receiver I think all 3 of us like coming off the board to the Houston Texans. Iowa State wideout Jaden Higgins at pick 34.
God dang it.
Underhill had actually put out something about Higgins might be the one player on the board to watch out for tonight for the Saints.
Well, I mean, I did a draft profile on him. One of 69 draft profiles that I did this year.
Nice.
And I really enjoy Higgins' game. And he's exactly the type of wideout that the Saints need on their roster. A big-bodied kid that can work the intermediate areas, but still has enough athleticism to work the boundaries and down the field. It's been a long time since the Saints had that kind of package, and that is the one, other than quarterback maybe, that is the one glaring thing missing from this attack right now.
I actually thought they were going to take him. That was my dark horse pick at number 40, was they were going to take Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have it kind of stacked this way. Cornerback, edge rusher, quarterback at 40 right now. Only because I think the Saints feel confident they can get Chuck in round 3. It's a dangerous gamble, I know the stuff we talked about last night.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, if you're going to take that gamble in the first round, as they did, you're sure as hell willing to take it in the second round too.
Yes, but a report from Rappaport, one of Bob's favorite people, Rappaport today, this was actually not that long ago, says that Chuck is in the running, quote unquote, to be the first quarterback selected in day 2.
Sure.
And he's connected to the Saints.
Yeah, and I can see that. And the Titans just pulled off a trade with Seattle. Seattle's picking at 35 now. Don't think Seattle's going. I mean, they just paid all that money to flash in the pan. What the hell is his name?
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, thank you. That's how memorable this guy is. But hey, the Sea Hags will Sea Hag. But yeah, I don't think Seattle is going to be picking a quarterback here. So. Alan, I kind of agree with what you said. And I in both of my original mocks, I had the Saints going defensive back is secondary in rounds 2. Acknowledging that they also need an edge rusher. I don't discount quarterback, especially if Kellen Moore did feel coming into last night, hey, Shuck. You got to think it's Shuck or Milrow at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a gamble. One of these 2 guys will be here at 40. or be here even in the third round. And, it's obvious that they're willing to play that game of Russian roulette and at least content enough with what they have in the building. Sean Payton gave me PTSD with that saying, but what they have in the room if they can't get their guy. So that kind of makes me feel that unless there's a cornerback or an edge rusher or dark horse, a wide receiver specifically that they really like at 40 and that guy goes before they pick, I kind of do expect them to pass on a quarterback again here.
I just think looking at the highest rated players are going to be on their board. The East Carolina cornerback, I think, will be a highly rated player on their board.
Mm-hmm.
I know the story has come out now that Will Johnson has a knee issue, and that's why he hasn't gone yet. But there's a first round talent that's going to be there probably at 40. Do you take the chance on him, giving him essentially a medical redshirt year with the upside that I've got a first round talent capable cornerback now who is going to be able to step in and play on the outside? That could be a debate they have in their war room about this. How confident do we feel that the guys that we have in the building, to use Peyton's phrase, can hold the fort for a year while Johnson recovers and is fully healthy, and we now have somebody who should have been in the top 10.
Yeah, and I mean, don't forget too, and the Saints, at least under Sean Payton and Dennis Allen, were famous for drafting this way, drafting almost a year ahead. Alontae Taylor is going to be a free agent at the end of this coming year. So that's something to keep in mind too. If they do target a cornerback fairly early on, the Seahawks pick, guys, is the South Carolina safety Nick Emmanwori. Don't even care if I said that name properly. I do hope all the difficult names get taken off of the board. So that way I don't have to say it. Throughout however short-lived my Saints media career will be after tomorrow afternoon.
I mean, look. Might as well learn the names. I don't know. There have been some in the draft where, like, some of those years that you were writing you still do, but the years you were writing a billion different draft profiles, and I was making videos for those draft profiles. There were some names where I'm getting in front of a camera. I'm like, I don't know how the hell to say this. We're just gonna say whatever comes out of your mouth first. That's what you're going with for the rest of eternity. Guys, Mark has a couple questions for us. First off, when we were talking about Mel Kiper, he said Mel Kiper must have been paid off by Dion big time. He says he does like Luther Burden. I don't know if that's really going to be an option for the Saints. At 40, it could be. But the question to Bob, because Bob is the guru here, I suppose, is it says, Bob, do you like Will Howard?
No. And I know Alan loves him. Will Howard is a gamer. But I mean, his arm strength and overall field ability is too close. He's better than, but it's still too close to Ian Book and even Jake Haener for my comfort. In fact, Will Howard reminds me a lot. His game reminds me a lot of Jake Haener. They already have a Jake Haener. To me, and the only way I'd be okay with Will Howard is if he were a day 3 pick in the range that Haener and Rattler were. If you see Will Howard is still on the board and you want to bring him in to compete against these guys, then I have no problem with it. But if you're asking me, would I spend a day 2 pick on him even in the third round? Hell no. But that's my personal opinion. Just like I was telling people, the Jackson Dart haters or the Shedeur Sanders haters, or even the ones that loved him. Look, it doesn't matter what we think. It matters, especially at this position, what Kellen Moore thinks. And if Kellen Moore thinks that Will Howard can run his offense, then who are we to say that he can't?
Yeah, I've got Will Howard as a 4th round pick. I like him better than the Texas quarterback.
Yeah.
Yours. I got yours like borderline undrafted free agent level quarterback. Howard is somebody I would take if my other guys that I like better are off the board, and I want somebody in there to compete with Rattler.
Yeah.
I think he's bigger and thicker build than Hayner. He's taller. So Hayner looked like a deer in headlights. He looked really, really small out there. Howard's not going to look small. Howard's going to look stocky. He's going to look like an NFL quarterback. I freely acknowledge that he was playing with NFL players out there, and that helped his stock a lot. But conversely, he was playing with NFL players. So, he can play in the league. He's not going to be a long-term starter. He's probably going to be somebody who is a very qualified backup. Think Luke McCown, someone along those lines, which that's a 10-year career. You're looking at a guy plays 8 to 10 years in the league, kind of bounces around some teams, gets a few starts to fill in for injured players, injured starters, and isn't a disaster back there. You need guys like that. You need guys you can rely on that are good people in the quarterback room who read the defense well, understand film, and can, when you need them to come in and play, they can play. A lot of people kind of get this attitude of, well, if he's not a starter, then he's no good.
Right.
We only need 22 quality players. You don't. You need, I've always argued you need a bigger roster, but you need 45 who can play.
We have our first running back off the board. Ohio State's Quinshon Judkins goes to the Cleveland Browns at 36. So,
okay. So two
Browns picks and no Shador.
This is the big news. Okay. The Saints aren't going to take Shador. They don't like him. That has been made clear on ESPN, and Kuiper's going to have a hissy because when Shador, I'm not saying if, when Shador slides past the Saints at 40, and barring a trade back in by somebody, Pittsburgh doesn't have a second-round pick.
Nope.
Shador could slide to pick 83, I think it is, in the third round.
Yeah.
Not because he's bad, but because after the Saints, no one else in the draft really needs a quarterback. Maybe the Raiders, maybe the Jets, but they're both picking around the Saints.
The Raiders are the betting odds favorites right now to draft.
I would think they are.
Yeah.
Because it would be a very Raiders pick.
Yeah.
But like I said, if he gets to the Saints and the Saints pass on him, there's nobody left until the third round.
No, I mean, like you said, an outside chance at the Jets at 42. Rams are now sitting at 46. Maybe they see Shador as an eventual successor to Matthew Stafford. But I mean, it almost feels like you're reaching here.
Well, that's why Kuiper was having a hissy yesterday, and he's going to have it again today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you realize when they took Cam Ward, Kuiper spent 7 minutes talking about Shador and very little footage on Cam. When the Giants came back and took Dart, he went on a rant about that. He went on a rant, about Shador when the Saints didn't pick him. It's like Dion was paying him. Hey man, talk my kid up.
I mean, I've seen some people. Well, it ain't going to be the Raiders at 37 because they just traded with the Dolphins.
That's a team that I think that could be a surprise team that takes a quarterback.
I've seen people say that, Brendan, but I don't get it. I mean, when Tua stays healthy, which is obviously a question, when Tua stays healthy, he's pretty productive in a track relay type of offense, which is what Miami runs. And they just paid Tua. So I think Miami at 37 here would be a reach. I see I agree with you. I'm seeing people say, mention that Miami Dolphins as a dark horse. Even in the first round, I saw it. Miami is a team that feels like that they can win now. It's the only possible explanation for keeping Tyreek Hill in the building. So I don't think you draft your next quarterback with a second round pick, one that you just traded for on top of
I
that.
think this is a cornerback here. I think Miami's going to take a cornerback because they're dangling.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're dangling their starter out there right now as trade bait.
Will Johnson could make some sense here.
Yes. Will Johnson, absolutely. I had going to the Dolphins in the first round. Yeah, I just totally blanked out on the cornerback.
Jalen Ramsey, but yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I kept saying Genty in my head. I'm like, that's not his name. Yeah. You would think all these players named Jalen, I would start getting these things right, but I'm not getting them right. But yeah, I think this is Howard here. Or it could be Amos.
Nope, they went tackle. Arizona tackle.
Wow.
Well, I mean, we just talked about Tua's injury issues, concussion issues. You got to keep him alive since you're paying him.
He is one bad hit away.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I mean, he's had. Yeah, you talk about concussions are one thing, ugly concussions are another, and just about all of Tua's concussions have been ugly.
Yeah. This draft is unfolding very well for the Saints. I'm upset we missed out on Higgins, but all the guys they're probably targeting. And I'm looking at corner, edge, maybe running back here. I doubt it, but all those guys are gonna be there because I would think they like Henderson from Ohio State more than Judkins.
Yeah.
And I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there as a running back possibility, but they've got a lot of options at 40 so far.
Well, I mean, running backs, Travion Henderson, obviously. I love Caleb Johnson from Iowa. Mm-hmm. Damian Martinez from Miami. I'm in love. He's one of my draft crushes. Obviously, everybody that watched the college football playoff, if they wouldn't have made the playoffs, most people wouldn't know who this kid is. But I mean, you're Cam Scatterbu, who I don't think comes off the board until at the very earliest late third round.
Yeah.
But I mean, Scatterbu, if you're looking at what the Saints need, you have Kamara. Scatterbu will be an inside runner for you, and he is very good at that. Him, Martinez, Caleb Johnson, any of those guys for the Saints, would give you that Mark Ingram type of runner to allow you to move Kamara around again like he always should have been.
You smash and dash.
Yeah.
Let me ask you all this. Bob and I have talked about him in the past, but Kendre Miller, is this a clean slate for him to impress more, or is it going to be a case of we're going to draft your replacement, so you have to fight for a roster spot now?
I think it's more the latter. I think. I think they look to, maybe not this early in round 2. I have them doing it, early in day 3. But at the very least, you got to bring in competition for them. Mm-hmm. Because the last regime counted on Kendre Miller, and I could understand why. He's a talented player when he bothers to play. But you count on a player and he's not there, and that leaves you in the hole that you were left with. I don't know if you agree with that, Brendan.
Yeah, I think very much like we've talked about, for Kellen Moore getting his quarterback, I think that also echoes to other positions, getting his running backs, his skill position guys. I think in a way it's a little bit of a clean slate because he was in the Dennis Allen doghouse. But the Saints would be doing a major disservice to themselves if they weren't, to Bob's point, bringing in competition for him. He is a bigger guy. I think people forget. He's a bigger guy, but he's not a true I'm going to run it between the tackles every single down type of guy. He's a nice mixture between, a ton of muscle and a guy who can get in some open space and break free. I think they have to bring in some competition. I think he is going to be a guy fighting for his roster life. And a lot of it's because of injury, because he's a hell of a talented guy. We've seen moments from him. But, your best ability is availability. And he hasn't been available.
Yeah, and just as you said that, I think I heard Kendre Miller's ankle snap.
Oh, no.
Again, so.
Well, and that's probably the most frustrating part about Kendre Miller's whole game is when he's out there and he's playing, you see the talent, you see the burst, you see what you did not see on any other running back on the roster except for Alvin Kamara. And then he would get hurt, on a simple tackle. It's not like, oh, he got bent back. Oh, look, he got twisted out of bounds, or somebody rolled up on him. No, it's like he dove for a first down, and then he's grabbing his shoulder, that kind of thing, or he's got a hamstring problem. It takes 11 weeks to heal. That's what makes it so frustrating.
Mm-hmm. I want to go back. I think Brendan, you said Mark was the one that mentioned something about Luther Burden. I like Burden, and if he's still on the board at 40, he wouldn't be my pick at receiver. If they do go wide receiver at 40, I would much rather see him go Trey Harris because I think he more fits what this team needs. But Alan talked about Burden a little bit last night. Even though he's not a bigger guy, he's also not a taller guy. He's also not slightly built like Brandon Cooks, like Rashid Shaheed, right? Like Chris Olave. And Burden does work the middle of the field pretty well as an intermediate route runner. And the thing to remember, Luther Burden obviously was very productive for the University of Missouri. Well, Missouri's offensive coordinator is a guy named Kirby Moore. Just so happens to be the younger brother of, yes, Kellen Moore. So it wouldn't be my pick at 40, but if they did, it makes a lot of sense.
I'm still for a bigger body receiver.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
So I don't know necessarily when or where, but I think that is the direction I would like to see the Saints go if they go wide out. I'm seeing a lot of reports, guys, about Shuck being linked to the Saints, Shuck being the next quarterback off. This is the only thing I'm going to say, and this is the last time I'm saying his name until he gets selected. Shuck and I were in college at the same time. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to be 29 years old in a few months, and Shuck and I were both in college at the same time.
And the bastard that Allen just dropped was Travion Henderson going to the New England Patriots.
Yeah. I mean, there's other running backs I like, but he was one of my favorites.
And Allen, I'd have been a little bit surprised, not disappointed, but surprised if they went running back, at 40.
By the way, the Dolphins the Raiders got a pretty good trade with the Dolphins.
They did.
Yeah, the Dolphins got the 37th pick and the Raiders' 5th round pick, but the Raiders in return got the 48th pick, a 3rd round pick, the 98th pick from the Dolphins, and the Dolphins' 4th round pick, 135. So they picked up 3 picks with that. So we'll see if Sanders falls to 48 and what happens there.
And that's what I'm kind of wondering too. If the Raiders aren't playing their own quarterback roulette, saying, okay, we like Sanders, but we also like Milroe and we also like Shuck. Hell, maybe we like Will Howard. We like 3 or 4 quarterbacks here. They're all still on the board. They'll probably be on the board if we take this trade offer with the Dolphins and move back to 48. We'll still get one of them. I think that's got to be your thinking right now. If you're Cleveland, Las Vegas, even New Orleans, that okay, we don't love what we have in the room, but we're okay with it compared to the quarterbacks on the board right now.
Yeah.
All
And
right,
the
on
Raiders
draft
don't
related.
they don't need a quarterback, but they would like one because of the experience they just lived through with Carr and then Garoppolo, and then they had AOC in there
Mhm.
playing, and Gardner Minshew. What if Sam Darnold turns out to be another Gardner Minshew? He looked really good in one system, but not so good with us. Well, we now have a running back and we have a tight end. We need to get our own quarterback that we can grow as our fallback option. And worst case scenario, we just did what the Falcons did last year.
Yeah.
We paid a guy a lot of money that we're going to ship out of here.
Yeah, and I mean, Pete Carroll being reunited with with Geno Smith and with the Raiders, those two won together, with a not real talented roster in Seattle too. So I mean, at the very least, Pete Carroll knows that he can win some games with a certain style of play with Geno Smith as his quarterback.
Yeah, I said Sam Darnold. I meant to say Geno Smith. I still have Sam Darnold in my mind.
I mean, you bring up a great point about Darnold in Seattle, though. I laughed when the Seahawks paid him that money. I mean, you knew someone was going to, but I mean, last year was just such a flash in the pan. It was an absolute fluke. I don't think we're talking about a Baker Mayfield situation here where he revitalized his career. Maybe so, and we'll find out. But that's not the Sam Darnold. The Sam Darnold I saw in the last two Minnesota games last year, the regular season finale and the playoff debacle. That's the Sam Darnold that's the real Sam Darnold.
There's no Justin Jefferson over there in Seattle.
And you got rid of DK Metcalf too on top of that.
Right. He will look a lot more like what and Kevin O'Connell's not his quarterback coach and his head coach. He's going to look a lot more like how he did with the Jets. So another reason that Sanders makes sense now. The Raiders play in a dome, which helps out a lot because Sanders needs to play in a more controlled environment. That's the one thing I agree with Kuiper on. He's beating that podium about him going to New Orleans. Not that he can't play outside. He played in Colorado, for God's sake. But and you get to play Denver twice as a Raider. But going to Arrowhead, and playing in Arrowhead Stadium, he never played in a stadium like that. Not in Colorado and certainly not in Jackson State.
Nope.
So that's going to be a hell of a challenge.
Yeah.
And you were a big hit in Boulder, just outside of Denver. But when you were playing in that stadium, which I still want to call Mile High, it's not Mile High, but I still want to call it that. And that whole crowd chants when you throw an incomplete pass, incomplete. That'll get to you. That's going to get to him. Oh, there he goes. The Bears took the Missouri receiver. Who's the burden? I'm not surprised by that. They need weapons in Chicago. The question is going to be, can Caleb Williams hit a guy 5'11"?
Yep.
Because Caleb they talk about Carr throwing hospital balls. Caleb Williams needs receiver 6'7". Because he throws those balls high.
Yeah, and I mean, Chicago's building quite a receiving core. They have, you see them up on the screen now. They have DJ Moore. They drafted the big Washington wideout. What was his name? Adunze last year. Who I loved. So on paper, either that and the Bears added a tight end last night. On paper, they're playing the young quarterback 101 for dummies book. You get a young quarterback, you give them weapons, you protect them. So the Bears are doing all that on paper.
This is Ben Johnson. This is the Ben
Yes.
Johnson influence.
Yes.
You know, I'm going to build what I had in Detroit.
Yeah, and I mean, what do you have in Detroit? He has he has the one wide receiver. Why can't I remember? I'm on St. Brown.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if you take St. Brown out of there, you have Jamison Williams, a number 1 draft choice, and 2 other wideouts that were number 2 or 2 or 2B wideouts on different teams before Detroit acquired them.
It's tight end.
Yeah, him too. You have your backfield duo of Montgomery and man, why am I? Thank you.
Yeah,
what's wrong with me tonight, boys?
I know. Well, you get caught in these names for the draft, and you start forgetting the guys who are actually playing in the NFL.
Right. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I get the same way. How do you guys feel
about Mike Green here out of Marshall?
Marcus Davenport, Peyton Turner flashbacks.
Yeah.
And when I watch Green, that's exactly who he reminds me of. A guy who has a lot of physical ability, but was really inconsistent. And that's at the level of college football that Marshall plays. So we're not talking about SEC, Big Ten, even ACC caliber of play here. I don't like when Mike Green was mentioned as a possible first round pick. I called him a reach then. I still think he's a reach now.
I hate to cut you guys off. Here's the pick. The Saints are selecting Louisville quarterback Tyler Shuck with the 40th overall pick.
All right. Well,
I'm not thrilled about that one at all.
I expected this.
On tape at all.
I completely expected this. This is about as predictable as it's going to rain in New Orleans.
Yeah.
They've only been talking about this for about 5 days now, that the Saints were going to take this kid. I don't know why people aren't going to think anything else. It is what it is. Shedeur Sanders was never, ever, ever, and I'm underlining ever, going to be a New Orleans Saint. I think the guy on Twitter I like to follow, Freaking Out About Football, said if Shedeur Sanders was on the board and the Saints had the last pick of the draft, Mr. Irrelevant, they would pick somebody else other than Shedeur Sanders. That's how much they disliked him. There's no getting around it.
You're hearing all different a couple different quote unquote unnamed or anonymous sources saying from team sources saying we didn't like Shedeur. Paraphrasing, we didn't like Shedeur. He came across as entitled, didn't seem the least bit interested in whether we were interested in him. Mm-hmm. You don't know who those teams are. And I know some different analysts have blasted these reports coming out, and
Tom Soria who got the hits.
And Joel Klatt too. But I mean, obviously, I hate the anonymous, unnamed stuff too. If you're going to trash on someone, come out like a man. But that's not the way the world is. It could very well be that one of the Saints were one of these teams. And we talked about it last night. If you're not just a first-year coach, a first-time head coach in Kellen Moore, I don't know that I want the Deion Sanders saga, following me into that locker room when I'm trying to rebuild a culture, when I'm trying to rebuild a team, and again, just because, and no disrespect to you, Brendan, because there are quarterbacks that I don't like too. Just because Brendan Boylan doesn't like Tyler Schauk, or Bob Rose doesn't like Shedeur Sanders, or Alan Allred doesn't like
picture.
What's that?
His dog was getting in the picture. He was trying to hug his girlfriend, and the dog's getting between them. He's a beautiful, golden lab too.
But I mean, just because we don't like a Tyler Schauk or a Shedeur Sanders or a Jackson Dart or whomever,
that's a big kid.
Yeah, he is. If Kellen Moore does, then the pick makes sense because Kellen Moore knows what kind of offense he wants to run. And if he says, Tyler Schauk is the guy I want to run it. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. Is it a reach? I probably. But what quarterbacks aren't, in this day and age of the NFL? Is Cam Ward the best overall player in the 2025 draft? Not in my opinion. And that's just an example. But, I mean, the Tennessee Titans needed a quarterback. That's the quarterback who they believed is the most talented. And, again, I'm not going to argue with that.
Yeah, and everything I've heard with Shuck and even hearing from our friend John Hendricks is that Kellen Moore really liked him through the process. And look, to Bob's point, if that's Kellen Moore's guy and that's the guy that Kellen Moore wants to build the offense around, who am I to say whether or not it's the right pick or not? We'll find out in a handful of years.
One, probably.
Yeah, that's true.
There's
That's
going to be
true.
a highlight in a second.
There was nothing on tape that wowed me. Like, he's a fine quarterback, but there's nothing on tape that really wowed me, which I want to see that in your first and second round quarterback selections. And then two, the age is a concern, right? He's going to be 26 in September. Now, some of you guys might be going, well, if he plays to be 35, that's 10 years at the quarterback spot.
Right.
Yeah, but he is already 4 or 5 years older than most quarterback prospects in this draft. For me, a little bit of a concern. More of the concern is the tape didn't wow me. Again, fine prospect, fine quarterback, but not anything where I was like, damn, this kid can play.
Hey, see, I'll debate you on the tape because Alan and I don't remember if Alan and I talked about
We did.
Chuck on Tuesday or the previous Tuesday. But when Chuck was on the field, I mean, he played at Texas Tech. He played at Louisville. And I specify those two schools for this reason. The Red Raiders have traditionally run a very fast-paced, timing-based offense. Louisville, since they hired Jeff Brom as head coach, run a very fast-paced, timing-based offense. We think that that's what kind of passing attack that Kellen Moore is going to run. Very structured attack, working the field, horizontally, sideline to sideline with your vertical shots. Not that dissimilar to what Peyton wanted to run with, who did run with Drew Brees. I'm not comparing Shuck to Drew Brees by any stretch of the imagination, but my point is Shuck, when on the field, has proven he can run that kind of offense.
Look, when you're looking at Shuck, you cannot look at him as, this is my franchise quarterback. I'm handing him the keys to the franchise, and he will be my starting quarterback for the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what you do with a second-round pick at 40.
No, that's the way you look at it if you draft him at 9.
Exactly. If you're drafting in the top 10, you're looking at a quarterback going, you are now going to be my franchise guy. You are the guy I'm going to hand the keys to this offense to, and I expect you to run it for the next 10 to 15 years. My attitude with this is Mr. Right now. This is not Mr. Right. This gets Carr out the building. Derek Carr has played his last snap as a Saint. And he will never be in a New Orleans Saint uniform ever again. That pick has secured that future. We are now going to be able to push Carr out of the building. He'll probably be a post June 1st cut. That's what people want. That's the good news.
Mm-hmm.
The bad news is, for me, you can splice up the tape and find 10 beautiful throws. There's one he throws against the University of Miami, which is just a gorgeous tight window pocket throw. He just puts it right in the end zone where nobody can get it between 3 defenders. I can also pull up and cut up enough film to show a guy who looks like he's an undrafted free agent, has no business playing the NFL. You get those wild swings with a guy like Shuck. It bothers me that he flinches in the face of pressure, because that's what Derek Carr does. But you need to get a guy that you can push Derek Carr out the building. And you also need a guy so you're not relying on Spencer Rattler to carry you for 17 games. Would Shedeur Sanders be a better pick? I don't know. I don't know the offense that he's trying to run.
Right.
In Kellen Moore's mind, he's not. Would Jalen Milroe be the better pick? I love Jalen Milroe as a
Yeah.
football player.
Yeah.
I think he has the highest upside, even higher than Cam Ward. The problem I have with Jalen Milroe is he's not a very good passer. He is very Taysom Hill-like in his passing. So does he get better at the NFL level? We talked about the Texas A&M pass rusher last night, how much we all hated him, and glad the Saints didn't take him as an edge rusher because he didn't produce in college. Well, I feel the same way about Milroe as a pro. Do you get more accurate? Do you become a better passer coming out of college? That's a very tall order. And again, he's not ready to play now. So now you're stuck with Rattler. I got a project, and I'm going to have to keep Carr because I need somebody to back up Rattler, and Hayner's not the guy. So if you look at it from the standpoint of it gets Carr out the building, we needed to get a guy in there, shall make sense. If you look at it from the standpoint of, but I don't like this guy, he brings no smoke, he's not what all the kids like to say. There's no vibe to him, there's no energy. People were gonna buy his Shedeur's jersey. They're not gonna buy this guy's jersey. All right, whatever. I'm old, okay, and I'm wearing a jersey right now, but I don't need that right now. I just need this team to move forward, and I think Shao helps you move forward in a way this coaching staff wants to take the team.
Yeah, and we've kind of wondered out loud, what kind of passing offense that Kellen Moore is going to want to run. I think that this answers that question. It's not going to be the RPO style, throw on the move, rollouts like he did with Jalen Hurts. It's going to be more of the closer to the traditional drop back, 3-step, 5-step drops. Take your 3 progressions, and we're going to protect you the best we can to make sure that you can go through those 3 progressions. Shuck is A, that kind of quarterback, and B, look at who the Saints drafted in the first round last night, an offensive tackle, a very good pass protector at offensive tackle. You're saying, the same scouting report was on Talise Fuaga a couple years ago. Shouk's a big kid, 6'5", 6'6". There has been some talk. I've poked fun at it, not ruled it out, but I poked fun at it. There have been some talk about moving Trevor Penning inside to guard, trying him out there. Penning is 6'7". You don't want to bring in a 6 foot, 6'1" quarterback if you got a 6'7" guard.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the prototype that we talked about on Tuesday night seems to be Justin Herbert, who Moore coached for a year, and so did Brandon Staley over there in Los Angeles with the Chargers.
And Tyler
That's the quarterback they like. That's the kind of quarterback they're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
You probably, if Shao turns out to be a glorified backup, you're probably looking at a guy like Drew Aller from Penn State. Then next year is the target because, again, he fits that same kind of profile.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of quarterback he's going to want.
Yeah, remember Tyler Shuck backed up Justin Herbert at Oregon.
Yeah. Yes.
Bringing his age back into it. I think my problem with Shuck, and hopefully he proves me wrong, is he reminds me a lot more of a game manager as the ceiling than any a dink and dunk type of quarterback. Which, look, I mean, a guy like Alex Smith made a hell of an NFL career doing that. He was the number 1 overall pick. But again, it's one of those, when you draft a guy as high, even in the second round, You want to be a little excited for the prospects of everything. And there's just not a whole lot that I get really excited about. But again, if that's Kellen Moore's guy, by all means. But also, with the age thing, I think you almost have to trot him out as the starter this year because you don't have enough time to let him sit on the bench at 26 years old.
No, I'll disagree with that one too. Could he be the starter? Yeah. If you draft him in the first round, I think then you feel the internal pressure to probably push him out to be the starter. Your second round pick and a guy that coming into the draft process, most people didn't even have as a day 2 selection at all. I think that you're giving him legitimate competition with Spencer Rattler. If Spencer Rattler beats him out in camp, now I think he'll have to clearly beat him out to be that starter. Rattler will. I think given that Shuck was such a higher pick, so many picks higher than what Rattler was, he has the edge coming out of the clubhouse, and they're both going to be starting from the same page in Kellen Moore's playbook. Because Moore's just coming in the building. But I don't think Shuck's age should automatically anoint him as the starter.
He is the highest drafted quarterback since Dave Wilson and Archie Manning.
Yep.
No Saints quarterback has ever been drafted any higher than round 3, and that was what Brendan talked to us about last night. The legendary Garrett Grayson was the highest drafted quarterback prior to tonight.
Yeah, so we witnessed Saints history, folks. At least I got something to write about tomorrow.
There you go.
It looks Saints legend Garrett Grayson. And because you brought up his name, I have to know. I have to know his career stats.
Brendan, will you match my Athlon paycheck if in the article I word him as Saints legend Garrett Grayson?
Match it?
Yeah.
I'll give you 10% of it, which might be a dime.
I was gonna say a quarter.
Mason Taylor from LSU.
Where at?
Mason Taylor from LSU just went to the Jets
At 42.
Yeah, I missed who 41 was because
I got 41. Hold on. Defensive tackle TJ Sanders went to the Bills.
Okay. So this is sort of tying into what we've been talking about, but not really. One of my all-time favorite Twitter accounts to follow is Super 70 Sports.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a screenshot from looks like an early 80s game. Looks like the Joe Ferguson gets killed game versus the 85 Bears. And all it has is 1st and 10 on the bottom of the screen. And he says, back in my day, we watched the NFL with no first down line or scoreboard or clock. We barely even knew what the fuck was going on, and we liked it. And I responded to him just now and said, you could buy yourself a good hour by telling your wife, I just want to see what the score is.
Yeah. And remember when it was I think NBC football first came out with it. It was a big deal when they came out. They called it the 10-minute ticker.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's you got scores every 10 minutes. So you had to sit there and watch whatever putrid product was put on, usually the Oakland or Los Angeles Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I had to look it up. Garrett Grayson did not record an NFL stat in his career.
Oh, there goes one of Calvin's boys. Alfred Collins went to the 49ers.
Wow.
Big defensive tackle.
49ers are really concentrating on front seven.
Yeah. So absolutely. You're right about that because allegedly, and I've gotten this from inside sources, and I've also seen Saints reporters report about it after who's gone. Drew Brees supposedly destroyed Garrett Grayson in the quarterback room looking at film. Just totally savaged him for not being prepared, not seeing anything, just just took him apart, and that's why he never logged a stat.
Well, Bob and I have talked about this in recent, just because Garrett Grayson has came up a little bit more lately. Is one of my favorite pieces of film ever has been Sean Payton just ripping Garrett a new one during training camp, Rose days or something, and telling him that he effing hated what he was seeing. Garrett Grayson, which, we can laugh about it now, but I mean, you want to talk about absolutely destroying somebody's confidence. And Garrett stepped away from the game. I want to say it was in maybe 2019, 2020. He declined an offer to join the Falcons training camp, and he declined and retired from football. But he played, or at least signed with, I want to say Denver and Atlanta, and one of the AAF teams, but never reported for the AAF because he ended up signing an NFL contract.
Jeff Duncan went on this, and I love Sean Payton. Do not get me wrong. But Jeff Duncan went on this thing about how Sean really knows quarterbacks. This is when he took Bo Nix last year. How he really knows quarterbacks, and talks about Drew Brees and the guy from Dallas who is now an announcer.
Tony Romo.
But anyway, no, I can't think of his name right now. But he's one. Oh, Jim, I don't know.
Tony Romo.
Tony Romo.
Yes, Tony Romo. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first time. Yeah, Tony Romo. And people started bringing up Garrett Grayson, Sean Canfield. These are the guys that Sean brought in.
Yeah.
And none of them panned out. So yeah, exactly. And his Drew's best backup really came from the Redskins, Chase Daniel. So Sean kind of he got Bo Nix, and Bo Nix looks like he's going to be a franchise quarterback for them. But for the most part, Sean really couldn't draft quarterbacks. So look, second round quarterbacks, they had a thing on just now. The only ones who actually ever amounted to anything in recent history, Jimmy Garoppolo, and they had somebody else a second ago, and I just forgot his name. But second round quarterbacks generally don't make splash plays, or in the NFL, don't become superstars. And in the same breath, they're going to remind you that Drew Brees went in the second round. Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl. He was a second round quarterback. So, it's, and then, of course, Joe Montana in the third, and you've got Russell Wilson in the third, the most famous Tom Brady in the sixth, all the guys who, have been successful. But again, you're in a rebuilding program. This guy at least looks like, because he played college for 7 years, is the most ready to start. And probably because he's been playing against college football teams for 7 years, and we talk about how there's no developmental league in the NFL, kind of has a head start on some of these younger quarterbacks as far as the mental part of the game.
Yeah, and that's
Garrett
why
Grayson was terrible at.
Yeah, but that's why I keep highlighting the fact that Shuck played well in the systems like Texas Tech, in the systems like Louisville, because that's more of a pro style passing attack than what what a lot of the college programs run now.
Andrew Brandt just tweeted, there's obviously a huge disconnect between the way the media and the fans view Shedeur Sanders versus the way the league views him. And let's see who this is.
Real quick, here's a quote from Shuck. This was to the Draft Network, an exclusive interview with them. He said, quote, "I want to prove I'm a quarterback who can change your franchise. I'm going to make it better. I feel like I'm ready to come in and start right away." End quote. I mean, at the end of the day, what do you expect the guy to say?
Yeah, right. And going to what Alan just said. We've talked about it a little bit, and have gotten criticized for it. If Shador Sanders' name was Shador Smith, would there be as much notoriety about him? Probably not. And
Probably not. And there wouldn't be this media attention about him falling either.
no, certainly not.
I mean, he might not be in the conversation for round one if
Not at all.
So
yeah, he wouldn't be at all. He would be a prospect. They would pick on his negatives just as much as they pick on Shaw's negatives, as Milrose negatives, Kyle McCord's negatives, all of them. He would just be another guy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is definitely the product of being the son of a Hall of Famer, but not a Hall of Fame quarterback, a Hall of Fame cornerback.
Right.
My thing is, and what you said earlier, Bob, I think really is, aside from not enough teams need quarterbacks or need him right now that are drafting, my thing is, you go to a job interview. If you look like these people are an imposition on your time, you don't care about their company, you act disinterested, like you should be honored you're interviewing me, and not vice versa, you're not going to get a job. They're not going to hire you. And it seems like, and I'm going to blame Dion for this garbage has been pumped in his head. Like they should be honored to be interviewing you. They have to prove they're worthy of you. You can believe that crap, but when it all boils down to it, you have to impress those teams to make them want you. And that's the way it's always going to be, no matter what field you're in. It's just, that's really what this is turning out to be, and more so than his talent. I think his talent is enough to get him in the second round. I think his talent was enough to get him in the bottom of the first. But the perceived negative input he got when he met with these teams one-on-one, this is your chance to sell yourself. And you're telling people, just check the tape, man.
Yeah.
Look what I got. Look what I did. We ripped Derek Carr for saying that shit.
Right.
I was going to say, doesn't that sound just like a quarterback a lot of people aren't happy with right now?
Right, exactly. I mean, how happy would Saints fans be if Shador threw 4 interceptions and got Chris Olave knocked out in a game, and he said, man, I put those balls where they need to be. It's not my fault my guys weren't catching it. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to say that, but if he implies it, or, it's a shame about Chris Olave, but, this guy is susceptible to concussions, that kind of thing,
It's not my fault he's not taller.
Right. Carr says that. We're ready to kill him. Sanders says it. And you'd actually have people out there going, well, he's right. I mean,
yeah. Or I love his confidence. Pick a side.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I think that's really what you're seeing right now with these drafts. Now the teams that don't need quarterbacks that are passing on him, he's not sliding past them. It's just the quarterback needy teams chose something else. Cleveland not taking him at 33 and 36. That's huge. That really is.
Yeah.
Because Cleveland didn't take any quarterback. And
no.
So
you got Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett in the building for the Cleveland Browns. I would have taken the Saints situation of Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener over that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I want to go back to, speaking of Jake Haener, speaking of Spencer Rattler, Bob said not necessarily that Tyler was going to be the week 1 starter, but he certainly has competition with Spencer Rattler, and that he should have the upper hand or the upper leg here. You have Allen, who mentioned that a pick like this puts Derek Carr out the building. When you look at the Saints quarterback room right now, you have Shuck, who just got drafted. Spencer Rattler, who started 6 games last year. You have Jake Haener, who started a half last year. You have Derek Carr, who we all know that situation right now. Then you have Ben DiNucci. Those are your 5 quarterbacks on the Saints roster. Well, we can already throw out there, DiNucci is not a favorite to make the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Derek Carr probably will not be on the roster, or if he is, won't be anywhere around New Orleans next year. That leaves you with Shuck, Rattler. I think Haener is a bubble guy.
Not bad. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you feel it is a necessity for the Saints to bring in a veteran quarterback for this quarterback room? And if so, give me a name or two.
No, not necessarily. Because I mean, you have Rattler, who has started 6 games, and that's no small thing. You have Rattler that has started 6 games, and Haener, who's been around the club for 2 years, because you're not going to cut Haener in minicamp. Now, if you get through minicamp and your OTAs and your Kellen Moore, and you're like, you know what, Rattler isn't getting it, Shuck isn't getting it, Haener doesn't have it. At that point, then maybe I bring in one before, like the week or 2 before training camp. If a Teddy Bridgewater is still available, he'd be a great one. If Carson Wentz, who has been willing to be a backup the last couple of years, he'd be a good one. But no, I don't necessarily look at my quarterback room now if I'm Kellen Moore and saying I absolutely got to have a veteran quarterback in here. At this point, because I sort of mentioned it before, Kellen Moore's system is brand new to everyone, not just Tyler Shuck. So Shuck, Rattler, Haener, DiNucci, they're all going to be starting from page 1 of chapter 1. One is not ahead of the other as far as knowledge of Kellen Moore's system. NFL experience, different story. But like I said, if you get through minicamp and OTAs and these guys, none of them are getting it whatsoever, then at that point, maybe I explore who else is out there.
My phone's blown up. I'm sorry, guys. People are talking and asking me what I thought and everything else about this pick, and people who are pissed are texting me too. But you said my name. I think it's going to be somebody like Carson Wentz, somebody who's played multiple systems. If Carr is in fact a June 1st cut, to me, you need to have a veteran quarterback just to have somebody in the room, an experienced quarterback in the room to help sell Kellen Moore's offense. I don't know if it's going to be Carson Wentz. I don't know who it could be. Hi. I got a dog sticking his nose in the camera.
Yeah. She's a ham.
But to me, Jake Haener is probably a foregone conclusion. He'll probably get cut during training camp or at the end of training camp. I can't see him being one of the final 3. But I can live with the quarterback room for 2025. That's Shuck, Rattler, and Wentz. I mean, you're not winning the Super Bowl with that room, but you at least have a functional offensive quarterback room to start building your program with, to play football games with. I think the Rattler Shuck battle is going to be interesting in training camp. It's going to be something that people are going to want to write about, Bob.
If I'm still writing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, training camp this year is going to be for the first time a legitimate open competition to see who's going to be the starter. He's not anointed as the starter, but he's probably going to be the favorite in August and July when they show up, and then we'll see what happens, how Shuck looks, as a rookie versus somebody who has a year experience in the NFL as a starter. So. And then you have a veteran guy like Wentz as the fallback option in case someone gets hurt, or just to have that veteran voice in the room. That was the worst part about losing Andy Dalton to me. I know Andy's limited. I know he's an aging player, But Andy Dalton being in the room and being somebody you could go to me was very helpful.
Mhm.
And it's just disappointing. It didn't work out, but he's working out fine in Carolina. And I certainly think that's why Bryce Young has made the forward strides he has,
Mhm.
because he's had Andy Dalton to sit and talk to. And Andy Dalton's not a threat. Andy Dalton knows his role in this team, in this offense with Carolina. I'm the veteran backup. I'll play when I'm called on, but it's not my job to be the starter. And that's if Carson Wentz has that mentality, that's what you want in the room. You don't
Yes.
want somebody who, like an Aaron Rodgers, for example, who thinks that he can still be a starter in the league.
Yeah, you talked about Shador Sanders never, ever, ever being a possibility for the Saints. Aaron Rodgers was never, ever, ever going to be a possibility for the Saints.
No.
Will Johnson has finally come off the board at number 47 to the Cardinals.
Interesting. It fits. It fits what they got to deal with. You have to deal with McVay's offense every twice a year.
McVay's offense, Debo Sam. Was it Debo or Ayuk that got traded from San Francisco?
Debo.
Okay, so they still have Ayuk though.
Yeah, they traded Ayuk. No, they traded Debo Samuel. You're right.
To wrap up on the quarterbacks,
Raiders trade again out of 48 to the Texans.
So they just keep trading down.
Are they wondering to see how far down, how many picks they can get, and see how far down a guy like Shador actually drops?
I am not the GM for the Raiders, by the way. So this is the kind of shit I was doing in all the mock drafts.
But to close out on quarterbacks, I do feel like it is necessary for this team to go get a veteran guy. Bob, you alluded to the fact that this is a new offense for everybody. And that's why I do think it's important to bring in somebody who's worked with Kellen Moore before in some capacity, that knows the offense a little bit, to be able to be a voice, be a veteran guy, a guy who's going to understand his role. Carson Wentz, I don't think, ever worked directly with Kellen Moore, but Carson Wentz is a guy that would actually be like a very solid name, a guy who has won a Super Bowl, a guy who at one point in his career was in MVP conversations, was a backup on a team that was in the Super Bowl a year ago with a superstar quarterback. That would be a great addition. But I do think it is vital for this team to bring some sort of veteran presence in that is not a second-year quarterback, even though Rattler did start 6 games. And like you said, Bob, that's not anything to blink at, because there's not a whole lot of guys that can say they did that as a 5th-round pick, as a rookie, to start 6 games. But I do think it's vital. I do think it's important. But it wouldn't be so much to bring in more competition as it would be to be another coach, if you will, in the quarterback room. And what Alan said about that is vital. A guy who truly understands his role, like an Andy Dalton, like a Carson Wentz would at this point. I think it's vital for the development of both Rattler and Sherman. We'll see what the Saints end up doing. I don't have a list of free agents in front of me, and I don't have a list of guys that have worked with Kellen Moore right in front of me, but there's got to be a guy or two out there that you can go, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. That makes sense. Or we were even talking about the Browns earlier. If they end up drafting a quarterback, how they might have to cut a guy. Maybe you call the Browns and go, hey, what about Kenny Pickett? Or what if you call somebody else about this quarterback, right? Those conversations will end up happening.
Well, I mean, the Giants just traded up to draft Jackson Dart, and they already have Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. You want your rookie quarterback to get as many reps as possible to learn. And Winston and Wilson are both established starters in this league. Whether you like them or not is irrelevant. They've started a long time. That there's not enough footballs to go around. So maybe one of those veterans, could be dangled for, I don't know, a day 3 pick. Maybe one of them even get cut in minicamp or OTAs, and right there's your veteran.
Yep. And this is the thing too, when we're talking about guys who understand their roles in the team. If you want to know the origin of Carr's shoulder injury and why he got pissy and everything else, let's go back to Moore probably sitting and having a conversation with him and saying, listen, we're looking at taking a quarterback in this draft. We're not sure who it's going to be yet, but we're looking at taking a guy that's going to be the future. And we want you to be the mentor or to help guide this kid to be the new starting quarterback for the Saints. And here's Carr looking, I'm only 36 years old, 35 years old. I'm not sure how old he is. I don't have that many years left. I'm not ready to be put out the stud yet. I want to keep racing. So now that's my daughter's dog running through like a lunatic. Somebody must have walked through the front door. Yeah, I got my youngest daughter's dog over here with my other daughter's dog and my dog in here. And the little one, my youngest daughter's dog, doesn't hear all the same sounds that he's used to. So any sounds, and I've got the Tasmanian devil running down the hallway, going for the front door, barking away. So I apologize about that, guys. But yeah, so again, that's why I think you get Carr pushed out the door, because you now have the quarterback that you said you were going to draft, and you don't want to mentor him. Then bye. We don't need you on this team. We'll get somebody who does.
Let's go to some of the comments. Sorry for just catching up on some of these since.
I'm looking at it too.
But let's say Libby says the reason people are going to say it's the wrong pick is because the Saints have a history of picking the wrong guys. Fear says, in my opinion, what would put this thing with Carr to bed is for the Saints to sign a veteran to come to camp. I think this puts Haener on the bubble. Let's see. Libby says, if that's who they were going to pick, they could have waited until the third round because I don't think anyone else wanted him.
No guarantee of that, though,
Right,
Libby. Exactly what I was saying before.
So much over the last couple of days. Fear says, thank you. Brendan, I don't know what you're thanking me for, but you're welcome. I'm sorry I'm responding to that so late, but you're absolutely welcome. It was my intention to make your day all day. You're absolutely welcome. So, guys, the quarterback question has finally been answered, which I think, in a way, Bob, you talked about the exhaustion after pick 9. And how I compared that to the food coming to the table after you've been sitting at the restaurant for a couple hours. I think this is the polar opposite. It almost breathes new life into you because it's like weights off your shoulder. Okay, the quarterback situation, whether you like the pick or not, it's done. We don't have to talk about it anymore. So looking at the rest of the draft, Bob and Alan, I know that we can all agree positions of need. Edge rusher, linebacker, defensive back, particularly maybe another safety for the Saints. Corner, I know, I said defensive back, but we'll mention both positions. I think those positions are areas of need. Is there one that I'm necessarily missing that you guys are hammering and going, no, this is something the Saints should really look at for round?
No, not necessarily. I mean, your first 2 picks were offense. You have not addressed the defense at all. They finished 31st overall last year, 30th overall, and 31st against the run. You got to get some defensive help in. Whether best available defensive player, whether it's cornerback. I hope cornerback, but it's got to be cornerback or pass rusher. You can wait on linebacker, I think, unless there's a guy you really, really like, because you got DeMario, you got Pete. You need to boost your pass rush. You need another starting corner. It has to be one of those 2 picks or guys with your next pick.
Yeah. To me, it's cornerback and then edge. Those are the 2 most important. With my 4th round pick, I'm probably looking at a defensive tackle, and
Demetrius Knight, the linebacker, South Carolina linebacker, just went to the
Bengals. And he went to the Bengals.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. I mean, My issue has always been when you draft a quarterback, you have to make room for that pick. And they weren't able to do that. They took him at 40. So you got 2/3 and 2/4, and you've got 5 needs that I'm counting. Okay. 3 on defense, 2 on offense. Running back, wide receiver on offense, and your 3 needs on defense are cornerback, edge, and defensive tackle. If I'm going to sacrifice anything in that group, it might be defensive tackle, but I still want one. And there are some that are going to be available late in the draft. A Cam Jackson from Florida, the guy we always see at the bottom of the draft from Georgia, Stackhouse.
But
CJ
West from Indiana, I really like too.
I like Walker from Kentucky, the big 6'7" mountain of a man. The last person I want to bring to New Orleans is a 454-pound man from Florida. I can't even think of his name right now, but that's a possibility as an undrafted free agent. But yeah, I mean, now you're starting to get into, okay, we're probably not going to be able to get Troy Amos. We're probably not going to be able to get the kid from East Carolina. So now you're looking at second level corners. So Dorian Strong enters the picture. Jordan Hancock from Ohio State enters the picture. That's kind of dangerous for a position that you really need a starter at.
If the Saints are going to trade, it would obviously take multiple picks, to move back into late second round, early third round. I think the player that you do it for is either Amos or Revel. Maybe Benjamin Harrison from Notre Dame too. He's one that another corner I'd put in their close to their category. Other than that, I mean, you look at edge rusher, Mike Green, Human Alien, the Humanian Devil, Mississippi, Landon Jackson, Arkansas, Kyle Kennard, South Carolina, Jack Sawyer, Ohio State, Tyler Barron, Miami. Those are guys that'll probably go. At least a couple of them will be available in the third round, if not fourth. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to a move here, to go get a cornerback. Because like you said, once you get past Amos, Ravel, and Morrison, even there's a significant drop off after that.
Yeah, and me doing these constant mock drafts, it just kind of taught me that this is where a lot of the real drop off happens there. With a guy like Tyler Barron from the U, I like him. He's a very raw prospect, but I like him in the fourth. But again, it's 5 needs that you have, and you have essentially 3 picks in the top 100, 4 picks in the top 120. Okay, left. So something's going to have to be sacrificed because you took a quarterback at 40. Not to poke you more with, I don't like this pick we made at quarterback, but that's the reality of the situation. You're not going to be able to fill every need. You're probably, if you're looking for at least 3 to 4 starters, this is where it's going to be a challenge. I've got some people who are arguing with me. You're taking a second round quarterback. He's not going to be your starter. You could have taken a starter in the second.
I mean, okay, but then if the second round quarterback isn't your starter, then the 5th round quarterback isn't is going to be your starter. So look at it that way.
I can't argue with this because basically people are falling in love with the name Sanders. He's the guy, and he's a guy that the media's been talking about for months, going back to the college football season. No one was talking about a Louisville quarterback, a 7-year Louisville quarterback. So, now people are going back and look at the film on him. I mean, it is what it is. And like you said, we made a decision. This is who we're going with. There's nothing you can do about it. You can be mad, you can burn your jersey and everything else, but this is the guy they're going to get, and it's the way it's going to work. My only concern now is I need more starters on this team. So how am I going to be able to do this? Maybe the draft keeps following the way the Saints want them to do, and we get a guy we didn't expect at the top of the third round that kind of slid.
One of my guys, Elijah Arroyo, just went to the Seahags.
That's a tight end, right?
Yes.
Yeah, from Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a favorite of mine, but Orande Gadsden the second is another guy I've got kind of circled late in the draft. Us not having a 5th round pick sucks because
it does.
That's a fifth round tight end.
Yeah. It really does. But I'll tell you too, we talk about, you mentioned defensive tackle as a position currently on the roster. They could get away without adding one. I feel the same way about tight end. Or it's an and/or situation. If they get a big bodied pass catcher, even if it's early in day 3, it doesn't matter to me whether it's a tight end or wide out. They don't have to get both, but I do believe they have to get one of them.
Quick note on the quarterbacks, Shuck and Rattler. This coming from Mike Haas, the voice of the Saints. Tyler Shuck from Chandler, Arizona. Spencer Rattler from Phoenix, Arizona. 23 miles apart. Both went to high school in the state of Arizona at the same time. Tyler Shuck currently 25 years old. Spencer Rattler currently 24 years old. Tyler Shuck's birthday is September 28th, 1999. Spencer Rattler's birthday, September 28th, 2000.
Has either one of them stood on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, and saw a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford slowing down and take a look at him? That's what I need to know. I only say that because I have this on my desk.
Nice.
How about that? Nice.
My daughter actually went there. My youngest went on a road trip.
God, the other A&M end is gone. The Panthers just selected Nick Scorton.
Oh, that's a guy that all of us.
I'm glad.
Please stay away.
Right. Exactly.
Scott asks, what number is the Saints' next pick?
71.
Yes.
71 overall, 7th pick of the 3rd round.
Yeah.
So I have a little bit to go.
Yeah. It's 71, 93, or 91, and 112. Might be 93.
Yeah, it is 71. You're right. 71, 93, 112, 131. 112 and 131 are tomorrow.
That's a huge gap.
Yeah, about 20 picks away now from the Saints' next selection.
Yeah, but I tell you, I'm looking at these guys coming off the board, just like last night. There's not a runner position. People are taking guys that fit their systems. So the draft is sort of unfolding the way a lot of teams want it to, and I think that's why the Raiders have traded down twice, because they feel like the guy that I like is still going to be there, because there's not a run on pass rushers, for example. The running back that you like from Iowa is still on the board. The cornerbacks, Trey Amos is still there. The kid from East Carolina is still there. Who could possibly fall to the 3rd round because he's coming off a torn ACL?
Yeah.
The edge rushers, a lot of them are still there.
Trey Harris, the wideout, is still there.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys about another wideout, because Libby and Mark have both thrown that they like this prospect. So let's talk about him a little bit as we have some time. They are talking about the TCU wide receiver, Jack
I like him.
Beck. How do you guys feel about the MVP of the 2025 Senior Bowl?
That's a guy I never liked from UCLA, the edge rusher. And a lot of people had him going to the Saints, and I'm kind of glad we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, me too, because he's a tweener at best.
Yeah, I like Besh a lot.
Yeah.
He's a Lafayette kid, went to St. Thomas More. Good kid. I think he would be a fine receiver in a Lance Moore kind of mold.
Yes.
For the Saints. I don't know if he fills that big receiver we're looking for, though.
No, he doesn't. And I like both TCU receivers for different reasons. Beck for the reason that you just said, terrific route runner. Long-term durability over the middle, though, is a question. Savion Williams has the frame that the Saints are looking for, a bigger guy, but he's more of an outside deep threat gimmick weapon kind of guy, much the way the 49ers use Debo. That's what kind of receiver Savion is. So you might look at the size of Savion Williams and say, okay, that's a Michael Thomas with speed. No, it's not, because Michael Thomas was just a different animal. He was just that intermediate monster. That's not Savion. If you could put Jack Besh's route skills into Savion Williams' frame, then you're talking something. But I mean, I do like both TCU receivers just for different reasons.
Yeah, I probably like Savion a little bit more than Jack Besh, only because we need the kind of receiver we need for this offense. I also like there's a kid I'm kind of warming up to over there in Tennessee. Dante Thornton, I think his last name is. He's another big kid with speed. The problem with him is Tennessee runs this bizarre offense where they line the receivers outside the numbers, and in college football it's even more dramatic because of the wide hash marks.
Yeah.
So he has a very limited route tree. I think he only ran 3 kinds of routes at Tennessee. So he's not a guy who's going to be ready to start right away. You're basically going to be using him for go routes and maybe a shallow cross.
Yep.
And I don't know if he can take the pounding of a shallow cross kind of guy. So he's not a very well polished receiver, but he is somebody to look for late in the 5th, early in the 6th round. I think that's about where he falls. So, if you decide that I'm going to wait on a receiver, that's a guy that probably gets picked, kind of like how Bub Means got picked last year.
I think actually people are kind of overlooking Bub Means a little bit. He's not a huge guy, but he's a great contested catch guy. He doesn't lose many of those. And he was really starting to come along by midseason before he got hurt. He got hurt at the same time that around the same time that Olave and Shaheed were knocked out. In fact, they lost all 3 of them in a matter of 2 weeks. I wrote about this right at the beginning of free agency, kind of wondering out loud how the Saints feel about Bub Means, and that's going to be indicative of what they go after in the draft and if they sign any free agents, which they didn't. But another big-bodied wideout I like, day 3, is Ty Felton from Maryland. Another real big contested guy. Ain't going to win many straight down the field foot races. But I don't need him to. I got Shaheed to do that. I got Olave and Brandon Cooks to do that. Ty Felton, Aomaner from Stanford. They're my middle of the field guy. They're my intermediate route guy. My outside guy that's going to force the other team to put their biggest corner on him, which may take a physical press away from Olave or Shaheed on the other side or in the slot.
It's funny because right when you started saying that, I was about to say the same thing about Bub Means. Is like, I think a lot of Saints fans have already forgot about it.
Yeah, I like him. I think he's a good receiver.
I do too. I don't know if he's the solution to all the problems.
No, I don't think so either, but I think he's a piece.
He's a piece.
Did
He
Kyle
is.
Williams go off the board?
Who?
The Washington receiver, Kyle Williams. Did he go off the board?
No, I don't think. No, I think he's still up there. Forgot about Kyle Williams.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically a clone of Olave and Shaheed, but because he's only 6 foot, about 205 pounds. Oh, by the way, Bucks fans are pissed that they took a receiver.
I
don't
know.
if you looked at. I was reading social media about, from our opponents, and the Falcons first off troll themselves. They're so incompetent. Whoever runs their Twitter page is so incompetent. Okay, there's Morrison. All right, bastards.
Yeah, Morrison just went to the Bucks.
I hate when Tampa drafts well and they draft him well.
I know.
But yeah, they're mad that they took a receiver instead of taking, an edge rusher, a cornerback, linebackers. They really wanted Campbell, who the Eagles got.
Yeah.
And they're just mad. And Panther fans are mad. They took a guy who drops a lot of balls in Ted McMillan.
Oh, I can. On the contrary, here in Charlotte, people are thrilled with that.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just like I said. I'm looking at social media, so I'm probably following the wrong people in Carolina. But they're, some of them are mad because they wanted something else. It's always going to be.
We haven't heard from our friends Cat Chronicles in a while. I am curious because they are always very outspoken during the draft. I'm curious how they feel.
I used to see him pop up in my feed a lot, and I guess I haven't interacted with him enough that they're not. And I'm curious how they do, because I used to be a guest on their thing for the draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too.
I think the past couple of years have really not killed the podcast, because they still do it, but I think it's really killed the excitement about that podcast, because they were miserable,
Yeah.
But the Falcons tried to troll the Saints by showing their first round pick beating the Saints' first round pick, and Banks actually won the battle versus Walker. Ewers ran into the sack, but Banks really stonewalled Walker. He couldn't get off his block, and Ewers scrambled and runs right into the sack. So Saints fans are looking at it like going, "You played yourself," It's hilarious.
We are at 53. Yeah, no, 54 Packers.
Yeah. Do you know who the Packers took?
No, I don't got word yet.
Twitter sucks for me right now. I got too many people pissed off about this Saints pick.
Not draft related, but New Orleans related.
UFC Adam Schefter's late.
New Orleans in July. Do we think that's a solid move for the city of New Orleans to have Poirier fight in New Orleans before he calls it a career?
Repeat that. I missed it completely. I just heard fight in New Orleans and I perked up.
So UFC is coming back to New Orleans July 19th. Justin Poirier will fight one final time in his hometown before retiring. I believe it's going to be at Smoothie King, which is one of the worst arenas in the league. So Benson family, if you're listening, fork up some money and renovate Smoothie King Center. It sucks. But just thoughts on bringing UFC back to New Orleans?
Indifference. Not to be rude. I'm not a UFC fan.
I'm not a UFC fan. I know a lot of people who are. It's kind of like wrestling for me, except real. It doesn't intrigue me. I just think it's a lot of it looks too much like street fighting, and it's hard for me to embrace it because it's not boxing, because they're
Mhm.
using their feet. And when they start rolling around on the ground and get people in headlocks and still hitting them, that that doesn't interest me. In the same way, I get frustrated watching boxing and the guys start hugging each other to stop getting hit. You know, um, but Rocky ruined it for me. Rocky ruined the professional boxing for me. My wife and I have a good friend, and she's a sorority sister of my wife. But she sat and watched a boxing match with us one time. It was a Mike Tyson fight. I think when Mike Tyson was actually fighting for any length of time, and she's like, "How come they're not throwing punches like in Rocky?" I'm like, "Because they'd be exhausted by round two. They couldn't
Right.
even pick up their arms. That's a lot of punches to throw." But yeah, so
Trey
like I said, I
Harris
know
to the
people
Chargers.
who did.
Trey Harris to the Chargers.
Another good pick for the Chargers.
Yeah.
He's Harbaugh is going to build an offense out there. He's going to build a good team. He's giving Justin Herbert the weapons. Justin Herbert, I have a low key crush on him. And there's so many people who trash this man because their attitude is he plays well enough to get you beat. And I forgot he came from UL.
Yeah. You need to read some more of my draft profiles, man.
I know.
Get me paid.
Well, and that's Como High, where I know where that is. That wasn't far from where I used to live. But yeah, he went to La Tech. He didn't go to UL, but he's from Lafayette.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's tough. But
to
I
your
expect these
point,
guys to go in the second.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, to your point, the Bears, signed Najee Harris this offseason, then drafted the Lightning part to Harris's Thunder in Hampton. They drafted Lad McConkey last year, a real good receiver. To pair with Quentin Johnston, their big body guy, and I think Palmer is still there. And now they're adding Trey Harris. Yeah. If Harbaugh actually lets his team throw the football, they're putting together a good offense.
Well, unfortunately, McConkey was the only guy who was catching anything at the end of the season. That was their problem in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now he still needs to work on the defense. That he lost Joey Bosa. And I forget the name of the ex-Bears guy who is this other pass rusher.
Matt, I thought they brought him back.
They did, but he's old.
Well, yeah.
So you need to get some youth and you need to get some speed on that defense, because that was the other problem they were having in the playoffs. They couldn't stop the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans could score at will. So it became a shootout game. But I mean, I've always liked Justin Herbert ever since I watched him come over from Baylor his rookie year with the Chargers.
Yeah.
He throws a pretty ball. He's a big kid. It's just he doesn't have quite enough weapons. And he gets blamed for too many losses. It's not his fault the kickers have sucked in the past. I'm sorry, but more to your point though about the arena. Yeah, I know a lot of fans have been complaining about the Smoothie King Arena. They want the state or the Bensons to renovate that place because it's a pit right now. It was built 20 years ago, and it looks like it.
It looked like it was built 20 years ago the last time I went to it, and that was probably 10 years ago. So, interestingly enough, and I promise we'll talk about football as well, but the Pelicans got called out big time by a former player this week. DeMarcus Cousins saying that it was clear to him while he was a Pelican that they were essentially the redheaded stepchild. And that the Saints always came first, and he saw it firsthand.
Yeah. It's a football town. It really is. I mean, yeah. the Pelicans are a hard sell. The fans don't really understand the draft process. You know, they talked about tanking, you know, in with the Pelicans so they can get a higher draft pick. And it's like, well, you can tank and it doesn't guarantee you get a higher draft pick. It's all about the ping pong balls. You get more of them, the worse you are. But you know, the Pelicans have gotten, and when they were the Hornets too, have gotten the number 1 overall pick 3 times. Chris Paul, Anthony Davis, and Zion Williamson. So it's and people don't take interest in the Pelicans until the Saints season's over with too. You know, they don't start really looking at Pelicans games until January. And a lot of times by January, the Pelican season's basically over because they've lost so many games in October, November, December. To me, when Gail Benson passes away, both teams are going to get sold. I think the Saints get sold to somebody who keeps them in New Orleans, but I think the Pelicans get sold to somebody who probably is going to move the franchise. So that's probably why the arena hasn't really gotten a lot of attention for renovation.
That team hasn't got a lot of attention. It's just one of those situations where it's ironic. Like you alluded to, they have been handed superstar after superstar, or it just really hasn't worked out. Like you said yesterday, Anthony Davis never wanted to be there. Zion has made it pretty clear he doesn't want to be there. It's like the NBA is trying to make it work, but it hasn't. And I think I think the ownership group of the Pelicans has just been like, well, it's just not going to work. So,
yeah. The business model of the NBA is very tough for a city like New Orleans. You need
tough for a lot of cities.
Yeah, because you need to have a lot of corporate sponsorship. You need to have a lot of money. And you need to have opportunities for the players to make money with a shoe deal, corporate sponsorships, all those things. And that's tough to do in a city like New Orleans compared to a city like Dallas, like Atlanta, like Boston, LA. You know, it's just so Miami. It's just so hard to get that kind of revenue and to get that kind of interest and to pull in players from other teams, superstars from other teams to come to your team to build that super team that's going to beat the hell out of other guys. And I really think the Pelicans need to go back to the East. I think the West is just not a good conference for them to be in. And I've always felt that way. And I know you got the Celtics to deal with, and you have, you know, the Heat and those teams, but I just feel like the West is just so stacked against them. They have no shot to ever build anything because there's too much in there.
Well, it's going to be interesting with expansion if Vegas and Seattle get teams, which is where it seems like it's going, because that would mean you would have to move a team into the Eastern Conference to balance.
Well, that's how they got moved from the East to the West when they went from Charlotte to New Orleans, is because they had to balance out the league.
So I could see Memphis moving into the East. I could see New Orleans moving into the East. But
there goes Ozzy Trapillo just went. That is the son of Steve Trapillo, which I think is amazing, because this is now the era of the grandsons of players, of Saints players from the 80s are playing. There's a long gap. Steve Trapillo was an offensive guard for the Saints from like 1987 to 91 or 93, something like that. You know, so it's been a good 30 years. And now his son is coming up through college. Whereas we're seeing Joe Horn's youngest son in this draft. And Joe Horn finished his career in 2007. Yep. So that's a huge gap. When I looked it up, I thought it was his grandson, but it's his son.
Well, I'm a couple picks ahead, it looks like, but We were talking about Jack Beck a little bit ago. He is going to be a Las Vegas Raider.
Wow. So the Raiders passed on Shedeur Sanders.
They did at pick 58.
I'm telling you, he is fun. Yeah, Adam
He's gonna fall
Schefter.
to-
I'm looking at his Twitter page. He's still
He's going to
talking
fall
about
into
the
third.
Chargers.
He's going to fall into the third round because after the Raiders, it's Baltimore, Denver,
Yeah.
Washington, Chicago, Kansas City, and Philly.
Yeah, unless somebody trades back in, which I can't see them doing.
Why would you at this point?
No.
Why would you?
So he's now going to fall into round 3. Oh man, yeah, it's going to be Dion's going to be fit to be tied. I jokingly posted a picture. I said if Dion and his son were trying to become police officers, and there's a picture of Sheriff Buford T. Justice and Junior, because he is not going to be happy.
I saw one that was a meme, and it was the scene from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where Will Smith's character goes on this tyrant about his father, and then goes to his uncle and says, "Why don't he want me, man?" and hugs him. And somebody posted that and said, "Shedeur to Dion right now." If you missed it, Bob, the Raiders have passed on Shedeur Sanders.
Well, I apologize. I had to run and take the dogs out. I figured NBA talk, no offense, NBA talk is a good time to do it.
Bob, yeah, absolutely.
Who'd the Bears grab at 56?
Ozzie Trapillo. So Steve Trapillo's son.
Okay. Panthers at 57.
Traded with the Lions.
Skip Bayless is out there begging the Cowboys to take Shedeur.
Yes. Tate Ratledge from Georgia, the offensive guard, goes to Detroit.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, the man of the awesome mullet.
Yeah.
Jack Beck goes to the Raiders at 58.
Yeah, I mean, we got Ravens, Lions, Redskins, Bills, Eagles, Chiefs. And I heard you guys saying this when I walked in the door. Shedeur Sanders is not getting drafted in the second round.
He's going to be a third-round pick unless somebody trades back in. But why would you? Like, the board is falling like that, and it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of interest in anybody going to get him at this point.
Yeah. I got to say, of all the memes that I saw come out of the combine, whoever got a picture of Tate Ratledge running in slow motion and overdubbed Freebird from Leonard Skinner, that was sheer genius, I swear. Because it fit perfectly. It was right as it goes into the guitar solo. Yeah, that was a guy I really liked, and I was getting him a lot around this time, but it's because I would trade back as much as the Raiders did to get a bunch of second-round picks, so I could get a guy like Ratledge.
Well, I mean, the other Georgia guard, Dylan Fairchild, is still there. Jackson Slater, the guard from Sacramento State, is still there. Wyatt Millum, who some were saying would be the second guard off the board after Tyler Booker. Wyatt Millum's from West Virginia. He's still there. And like you said, as I was playing around with the mocks, I was getting one of these guards in the third round. My first mock, I had Dylan Fairchild at 93, and my second mock, I got an itchy trigger finger. I went Tate Ratledge at 71. Speaking of here, Steeler fan, I obviously have a lot of friends that are Steeler fans, and they were posting all over Facebook last night and this morning Mark safe from Steelers drafting Shador Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
For now.
Yeah, right.
I mean, and to be completely honest and to be fair to Shador, I mean, we've all said that the kid's probably a second-round talent, maybe an end of first-round talent. The last name brings some positives and some negatives to his draft stock. I honestly feel like somebody getting him in the third round is getting pretty darn good value for a guy with that kind of upside.
Yeah, and maybe a kid that's humbled, maybe. And I'll speak for Steeler fans, at least the one, several of the ones I'm friends with. So I suspect it would be the same way with the Raiders, with the Browns, all the Saints fans that were saying, I like Shador, but not at 9, or I like Dart, but not at 9. They were saying, a lot of the Steelers fans and other fan bases were saying the same things. So, it may be, for example, the Steeler fans that are happy that their Pittsburgh team didn't draft Shador in the first would be ecstatic if their Pittsburgh team or Cleveland team or whomever got Shador in the third.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair. Bob, I'm going to steal one out of your book. I'm going to go get the dogs. Shall return.
Alan, we talked about the need for corner, the need for edge rush.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the Saints, you got 71, 93, 112, 131. You maybe try to take 2 of those picks and move up higher.
The way this draft is falling, I don't think you really need to. Trey Amos is still out there. Ravel is still out there. I keep saying over and over again, we're not seeing this big run on a position. So
no,
I think you can feel confident these picks are coming to you, that you've got 2 or 3 guys coming. Now, if you miss on them, if your guy gets taken in front of you, that's the risk you take. But if you've got, we've only seen one corner come off, or 2 corners come off so far. Harrison and Johnson. The rest of it, and a lot of the edge rushers that we like are still on the board.
Yeah.
Now some of them may come off with these final picks of this round, but this draft is really playing out well for the Saints to sit on their hands and not get panicky. I think Peyton would have panicked by now. Probably would have, thrown the 2/3 in to go get another second and go get a corner. But Moore's kind of waiting this out, playing the waiting game. Because I think all of them in their minds are like, the worst thing could happen is then we'll play Alontae Taylor on the outside and wait for, we'll take a lesser guy like a Dorian Strong and kind of work with him. But right now, I think they just feel like, look, this draft is unfolding the way we want it to. It's a lot of good players who can start for you, but not superstars, not guys that everyone's going to have rated highly on their boards. And that's playing out in this draft. So I'm not trading up yet. I'm going to sit and wait this out.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I mean, I'd really love to have Trey Amos or Siobhan Ravel. But, because another thing that I think is clear, we haven't talked about him a lot, but the Saints got a really good year from Isaac Yiadom a couple years ago on the outside when Lattimore was hurt. Not that that's a guy you want to rely on. But again, and last night we talked a lot at different positions about, okay, you can get away with having so-and-so or so-and-so at this position this year, if you miss out in the draft. I think that it was pretty clear to New Orleans, coming into free agency, and I remember talking about it on, with you on your show, Under the Dome. For those that you don't, those of you watching that don't know, I think a lot of you are the same, but Alan and I also do a show called Under the Dome together on Tuesday nights. That starts about 9:15, 9:30, whenever we stop bullshitting and actually get on the air. Yeah, we need to go. We need to start earlier, though. You're killing me. But anyway,
Okay.
leading into free agency, I do remember having the conversation. The Saints are probably going to re-sign one, but not both, of Chase Young and Paulson and Debo. Well, they chose Chase Young. That tells me two things. Number one, they felt they needed Chase Young at edge rusher. Brandon Staley did. And number two, they felt okay with what they had at cornerback to let Paulson and Debo walk out of the room. And I think that both of those things are reflected in their draft strategy by going offense right off of the bat.
Yeah. Well, when I've done mocks, and if I was a betting man, because the offense was so bad last year, I expected a lot of investment in the offense. I expected an offensive tackle, expected them to draft a guard, wide receiver, running back, and quarterback. That's almost everything. And then you and I both liked the tight end, Tyler Warren, a lot. So, that's yet another position. So, that's just about every position outside of center and fullback on this roster.
Yeah.
And Moore's an offensive-minded coach. So this is what the kind of draft you're going to get, with the attitude of, let's get the offense functional. Let's make it look like they can actually do something on the field. And then defensively, we'll bring back a lot of the guys that were good with us, but we're not going to rely on our defense to carry our team. We can try, and we can only fix one side of the car. You can't do it. And this is not Christine. You can't do an entire rebuild of the car. You're going to have to do it halfway. And the defense is going to be the side that's got the Bondo all over it. And it's going to be another draft when you have to start bringing the defensive players in. And that's because you only have so many picks, which is why another reason why I was like, I want to turn 9 picks into 11 picks.
Yeah,
because I wanted to at least address positions. And I know you and I both have said over and over again, the linebackers stink, but you just don't have enough picks to address that too.
No,
you gotta put tourniquets on the bleeding areas. And the bleeding areas for me, cornerback, edge rusher, defensive tackle. You're terrible at stopping the run. You're terrible at rushing the passer, and you're terrible at covering receivers. You need to get better at those 3 levels. Safety, Reed at least is the tourniquet. He's stopping the bleeding, but you're still going to have the honey badger out there making business decisions because of his age. And you really don't have much to replace him with. Maybe Howden. I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yes,
well, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, playing more of a zone scheme. Maybe that might play into Howden's strengths a little bit better. Maybe making him the single high safety and have Reed more in the box. That might play into his strengths better. I'm not saying he's the answer. I'm just saying he's at least a tourniquet for now, or a Band-Aid for now, until you can get I love Xavier Watts. I would have loved to have been able to draft Xavier Watts.
Yeah, he's still on the board too, I think.
He is. Where do you pick him?
Right. That's what was fortunate. What is fortunate for the Saints, and hopefully they address it at some point. But the 2 major needs, like cornerback and edge rusher, this draft is deep in. And we talk about the quality players at both spots, quality running backs still available. Where you're not necessarily forcing the issue and drafting one early. You can afford to wait on these 3 spots. With Brandon Staley's defense, Mike Green just went to the Ravens.
You know what? I'm glad he's gone.
So am I.
He may turn out to be a good player. I just didn't get a good vibe off of this guy. And I hate using that term vibe. There's something about him that just didn't sit right with me.
Same.
And it's not his character concerns, because I'm more than willing to take a shot at an Isaiah Bond late in the draft. If he falls all the way to 6, man, that's a steal.
Oh, heck yeah.
And you're taking a risk. Yeah, he could get arrested and go to jail for sexual assault, but I'm going to take a risk with a 6th round pick. It's not a bad choice.
No. And I acknowledge that my misgivings on Mike Green could have been my Marcus Davenport, Peyton Turner flashback. Yeah, PTSD.
He played at a small school.
Yeah.
It's tough to justify taking him over SEC guys or guys that have played against major power conference opponents.
Yep.
This
Sean
is the
Payton
Sanders argument, essentially.
Right. Sean Payton gets his Alvin Kamara. They grab R.J. Harvey, the UCF running back, at 60.
I thought he would take R.J. Harvey or Jaden Blue was the other guy I thought would go to Peyton. I expect actually 2 running backs to go to Denver.
Yeah, I expect a Mark Ingram type of runner too.
Now let me ask you this, because after the draft, I think it's a week after the draft, you can start signing free agents again, and it doesn't affect your comp picks.
Yeah.
The positions they miss, let's say for the sake of argument, they are not able to get the cornerback they want. So now Asante Samuel comes back into the picture. That's your fallback on that position.
100%.
What other positions can you see the Saints maybe go after as a fallback if they aren't able to get the guy they want in the draft?
And I don't, admittedly, the last 2 weeks especially, I've been so uber focused on the draft. But I would see what's out there for.
He's the pick.
Yeah. My son just came in to say the East Carolina cornerback last is 71. He's the pick. So that fits what we've been talking about.
We'll see. But I'd love it if he were there. But yeah, I mean, free agency, I would look and see what nose tackles, defensive tackles are there. I highly doubt any veterans with anything left in the tank are available at edge rusher. But if I find somebody, maybe.
What do you think of Isaiah Simmons?
Is he still available?
He is still hanging out there in free agency. He is a man without a position.
Yeah.
To me, Isaiah Simmons is somebody that you take a flyer on in free agency, sign a 1-year deal, cheap 1-year deal, and see if you can do something with him. You're not using him as this is the guy we're going to play, and this is the guy we're going to count on. This is essentially a Zach Bond situation from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do it. Worst case scenario, he's playing special teams for me on a 1-year deal. It's cheap.
You're right. And the thing about that, I've always felt like Isaiah Simmons would be a better linebacker than safety. But whichever spot that you feel like he could fit for you, you have 2 really good leaders and teachers in Demario Davis and God damn it, Trey Amos just went to Washington at 61.
Yeah, it's funny. I guess they realized that Marshawn Lattimore is not the guy they thought he was.
No, he's broken.
This is their backup plan. This hurts, but Revel just makes Revel more and more likely the guy.
Yeah, if he's there, and again, if he's not, you mentioned Dorian Strong, Darian Porter from Iowa State. Azariah Thomas from Florida State, Jacob Parrish from Kansas State, all still there at cornerback. Again, significant drop off from these guys. Revel by far. I mean, there were a lot of people having Revel in the first round. Probably would have been, if not for his knee.
And to me, that's the big thing. If his knee passes medical, and they can be patient with him, I think the upside's tremendous on him.
Yeah.
He's what? Let me go pull up his stats again. I think he's like 6'1", 6'2", something. He's huge.
He is, and he's physical. He's lanky, but he's physical.
Yeah.
And I mean, remember they got Kool-Aid McKinstry in the second round last year, Alontae Taylor in the second or third round, Paulson and Debo in the third round.
Yeah, he's 6'3". He's 6'3", 193. So you bump him up to say 200. He's 24 years old. His knee injury is severe enough that he could miss. Come in late in 2024. He'll probably start off on the physical unable to perform list or maybe IR. But they still have him rated as a first round pick in this book. This is Athlon. Go ahead and spit on it, but Athlon sports book. But yeah, they just said they basically summarize it as when healthy, Revel was consistent and in conversations a potential top 15 pick. If you get him at pick 71, to me the upside is worth it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't give you an instant starter. It gives you a guy who could be a starter in 2026, who probably could play a lot as a rookie at the end of the season. But guys, we're looking at a rebuild. We're looking at it. We're not looking at a team that's, needs draft picks to get over the hump in the playoffs. We're looking at trying to build a team. These are some of the players that you end up taking a shot on to see if you can build a team with them.
Yeah.
And to me, his potential in the third round is just too high. These are the kind of guys you do take a shot on. Now, I'm not going to laugh. I mean, I'm not going to deny the fact that Saints have had terrible injury luck. This guy could very well tear his ACL again in training camp. But a guy is a potential top 15 pick. I mean, Paulson Adebo was a potential top 15 pick. But for COVID, we got him in the second. Taking a shot on a guy who was incredibly physical and just is recovering from ACL injury. I don't know. I like him too much. I really do.
No, I do too. And and again, if he has to sit out and make sure, make sure you don't rush him back, because you're not you're not a Super Bowl contender. So this isn't the piece that's going to put you over the top. You don't rush him back. You have Kool-Aid McKinstry. You have Alontae Taylor. And you brought back Isaac Yiadom. So you can get by at that position. While you develop someone else. And Isaiah Simmons, going back to before I interrupted myself, if you feel Isaiah Simmons is a linebacker, you got a great teacher in Demario Davis. You got a great teacher, a great student of the game in Pete Werner. Pete Werner doesn't make a lot of plays in space. He's just not that kind of player. But you can't deny Werner's football IQ. So, I mean, Simmons could learn from those guys. Simmons could learn how to play the game, how to see the field from Tyrann Mathieu. And like you said, at this stage, whether it's him, Samuel, or any other veteran, you're bringing them in on a 1-year deal. You're bringing them in cheap, and they're looking to jumpstart their career back up. So they're going to have some motivation too.
Hey, we talked about Isaiah Simmons a little bit yesterday. Bob and I did. And talking about how he was this tweener and couldn't figure out exactly where he best fit. Man, I'd love a guy like Isaiah Simmons. Like you said, if you view him as a linebacker, an athletic linebacker.
And use him as an occasional pass rusher. I mean, that's you let him roam a little bit. I'm just thinking out loud. And Asante Samuel, I've heard rumors he's been injured, and that's why he didn't get picked up. But if you bring in Asante Samuel and draft Revel, your secondary looks a lot better
Oh, heck yeah.
on paper at least. And you're not. Is that Nick Scranton that just went, or no? That's just who they're
No,
talking about.
Sporting already went. The third overrated Texas A&M defensive lineman, the defensive tackle Shamar Turner, went to the Bears.
You know, I got two friends of mine that are big. They were A&M graduates, and you know, they'll beat the drum for A&M guys. I mean, she was beating the drum for Manziel, so you know she's gonna beat the drum for every A&M person. But I was just like, I kept telling her, I'm like, there's nobody from A&M I really want on my team right now.
No,
Nobody in this draft class.
A&M year in and year out. They're that team that looks great and intimidating getting off the bus, but has no heart and has no head.
You know, and we used to say a lot about Texas too, because Texas was like that. You know, you were amazed at all the talent Texas pull in, but whenever it came time to play a big game, whether it be versus Oklahoma or you know any SEC team they were playing, they just collapsed. You know, and they went through a lot of coaches trying to get tougher.
Yep.
And they finally seem to have gotten somebody who's putting together a good program. So that's why you're seeing these quality Texas athletes coming out. But A&M is still behind the ball, behind the eight ball. And they've been in the SEC longer. So you figure they'd be ahead.
I want to ask you this.
Missouri is figuring it out.
Omar Norman Lott, the Tennessee defensive tackle, just went to the Chiefs.
That's somebody you liked a lot.
Yeah, I did. Not this early though. I mean, I don't disagree with you about needing a big fat guy in the middle, but the thing with Brandon Staley's defense is he doesn't require a defensive tackle, nose tackle that's going to fill up the stat sheet. And that's where these guys, the second, third, even some fourth round defensive tackles, the ones that are going to get drafted are the ones that have the big pressure numbers, the big sack numbers. Now, I just need a guy that pushes the pocket a little bit, ties up blockers, and most importantly, you cannot run inside on them. And those guys are going to be available in the 5th and 6th rounds.
Yeah, to me, that's the key, especially against mobile quarterbacks. I want mobile quarterbacks to not have that escape valve. You know, they're going to have to run wide. They're going to have to run outside. And
north, south,
and it would kill me that these guys would be able to just get in the B gaps and the A gaps and pick up first downs because they lost containment. Because too many guys are rushing upfield trying to get to the quarterback. I'm like, no, just hold your ground, tie up 2 and 3 guys, and let Werner's pretty good on blitzes. He's a good, solid tackler. He just, he guesses right. He's right there. But he has physical limitations. And DeMario, even though he's 35 years old, DeMario still can bring it. He just can't shed the blocks like he used to.
Yeah. Again, if you have a big guy tying up 2 and 3 blockers, there ain't going to be as many blockers that's coming at you downhill at your linebackers.
Yep. That's why I'm, Walker, Cam Jackson, all the big fat guys I'm looking at as 2 down guys, but guys I'd like to see on the team just because we've been so bad against the run, and it kills me when you can run up the middle on them.
Yeah.
You used to not be able to do that. When Sheldon Rankins was there and Malcolm Brown was there, that wasn't happening, buddy.
Nope.
Nobody's running up the middle on those guys.
No, but again, Malcolm Brown wasn't one that filled up the stat sheet, but I'd put him in. I'd put Malcolm Brown in the top 5 Saints free agent pickups of all time. That's how important I think he was.
He was a former first-round pick too.
Yeah.
But it's a shame he was at the tail end of his career because he was just that kind of guy. I'm thinking of Vince Wilfork when he was with the Patriots. Body by fast food, but man, that guy could do some stuff.
Yep.
And he was still effective all the way into his final years when he's with the Texans. So That's probably the position I am more willing to wait until pick 131 and then the 200s. If I had to sacrifice one of them, because I think running back and wide receiver are a must. And I think edge rusher and cornerback are must.
Let me ask you guys this as we hit the third round.
Before you ask, Andrew Makuba, the Texas safety, just went to the Eagles with the final pick of the second round, 64th overall.
No, great segue because I was going
Those
straight
bastards
to
are getting. These picks are just falling to the Eagles, and
Yeah.
they're getting good picks. And this is what happens when you're good.
Yeah.
I hate to say it like this, but this is what happens when you're good. When you're this good, you can just let the draft fall to you, and you just take whoever.
Yeah, Rich.
And you're just reloading. And it's really frustrating because this is what the Saints should have been doing 2009 to 2012, and it just didn't work out that way.
Well, going into round 3, just a couple segues. Round 3, Shedeur Sanders, not a second round pick. Alan Ulrich had mentioned the name Johnny Manziel. And so I kind of want to go to this. Here at the top of the third round, Cleveland, the Raiders, there's a good chance he gets selected here, I think.
Is there? I mean, probably, but
probably. There's a probable chance. I'd say it's about 50-50, Bob. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe 52-48.
There we go. So my question is, you had Manziel slid a little bit in his draft, right? And as the NCAA has become more and more of a, I don't want to say money grab, but we'll call it a money grab, NIL deals, all these things.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there are going to be more franchises that look at quarterbacks and look at the NIL deals they get and look at their presence on social media and their presence in certain things and have a little bit of Manziel effect and influence how they evaluate these guys? And is there a case to be made for Shedeur Sanders in that category of, I don't really want to draft a guy really high and have it work out like Johnny Manziel, a guy who was uber talented, could make a ton of different plays, but could not separate the on the field character and the off the field character.
Well, and I think the fans and certainly the media want to make a big deal about the combine. This guy ran this 40 time. That guy didn't run at all. It might affect his draft stock. I think nowadays the interviews and the talks that these prospects have with coaches and scouts are more important than the actual on the field workouts, which I am just fine with. And listen, I'm a track guy. You guys know this. I get entertainment out of the combine in that way, purely from a track guy perspective. But I've always said too, like, what's more important to me, scouting football, is I want to watch if the guy can actually play football by watching his game tape. So if scouts are going by that instead of the combine numbers, then that just elevates the importance of the interviews. Because talent-wise, there couldn't have been a great deal of difference between Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe, who we keep talking about Shedeur. Jalen Milroe is still there too.
Yeah, he is.
Between all those guys, there's not that big a difference between talent level, different talents, but not talent level. Interviews, I think, are setting these guys apart right now. Just my hunch.
Well, I will say that Alabama, when Nick Saban was there, he was very much, and you can see it now in Georgia too. Although Georgia, they get arrested. But I'm sorry, Rob. Bob, you were just drinking when I said that.
They still interview well, but they're on bail.
But but when you look at Alabama players, when they get interviewed by the teams, Saban clearly has all these kids take communication classes and they get scripts to learn how to answer these questions, how to respond, how to speak to the NFL scouts, coaches, and so forth. Because listen to Jalen Milroe when he talks to the reporter on the field. He listens to the question, and this is true for almost everybody who's played for Alabama. He listens to the question and then responds. It's coach speak, but it's not, cliche after cliche after cliche. It sounds like something they thought about.
Yeah, it's a measured response.
Yes. And it's that is a key thing, because all these kids get coached. This is what you say at the combine. This is what you say to people. But they try and throw you with personality questions and, in a typical interview process, what was your hardest struggle? What was your, if you were a tree, what was your, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But
and we've all been in interviews too. I think, with some of the upper echelon teams, especially, it's not so much at how you answer the question is, not the words that come out of your mouth, but your body language, your reaction to the question. It is just as important. Yes.
Yeah. Your thought process, because I remember when Chuck Noll was coaching the Steelers, and Chuck Noll, this is from America's Game. Andy Russell's talking to Chuck Noll, and Chuck Noll asking, what was your thinking process when you made that, decided to go after that player on this? And Andy's like, what? I'm chasing the guy who's got the ball. That's my thinking process. But, it's those kinds of things. And I think that is what is separating a lot of these guys, as far as how many of these players get drafted early, just as much as the talent. Because you're like, well, why are they taking why did they take an Alabama guard in the first round? It's a guard. You can go get a tackle and convert him to guard. But it's the interview process. They know how to answer these questions that the players and scouts like. And I'm sorry, we go back to what I said at the very beginning of this show tonight. Deion Sanders came off as somebody who was disinterested. Not Deion, I'm sorry. Shedeur Sanders came off as somebody who was disinterested in the teams that were interviewing him, and gave the impression of, you should be honored to be talking to me, not I should be honored to be talking to you and why I can make your team a better team. I'm sorry. That pisses people off, and that gets you dropped from interviews, and you're not going to get a job there. And we're seeing that playing out here when quarterback needy teams are passing on him and taking other players who they may have rated just a little bit lower than Sanders.
I want to throw this out there. The Saints have been known historically for drafting people who grade highly on the relative athletic score, right?
I have not heard that word related to the Saints this year, and I'm so happy.
Well, you're about to. I saw Brendan's retweet.
Uh-oh.
Tyler Shough was drafted by the Saints, pick 40. He scored a 9.7 out of a possible 10. This ranks 32nd out of 1,048 quarterbacks since 1987.
Wow.
That's an extremely high score.
That is.
I watched on film and thought, he's kind of athletic.
Yeah. What did Jalen Milroe score? I wonder.
That'd be a good question. As soon as I find it, as soon as he gets drafted, I'm sure it'll get sent out. But
because if there's somebody I think is going to be close to a 10, I would think it'd be Milroe over anybody else in this draft.
Milroe,
as far as quarterbacks,
it's
right?
kind of wild, isn't it?
That is. That's a little shocking. Okay, here we go. Jalen Milroe RAS score. He does not have a RAS score because he didn't participate in the measuring drills at the combine. And that might be why the Saints did not rate him very highly.
Maybe.
So here's the interesting thing. In the comparables in draft score to Shuck, comparables, Joshua Dobbs scored a 9.64. I would think Joshua Dobbs is a lot more athletic than Tyler Shuck.
And that's the 40, that's the shuttle run, that's cone drills, the whole bit.
Yeah, so
that's amazing. I would
so
not have.
Shuck's 10-yard split was a 1.59, which graded 9.52. His 20-yard split graded an 8.97. His 40-yard dash graded a 9.08.
I'm about to age myself again, but did Dr. Rudy Wells work on this man when he did these things? Does he have bionics? Because this sounds like he's got bionics. I mean, I accused Dr. Andrews of being Rudy Wells, the $6 million man doctor, when he reconstructed Drew Brees' arm, and it looked better than it did before it got hurt. So this sounds like bionics to me.
It's a little crazy just to see this calculator. Like he ranks really high in height. He ranks really high in his broad jump. Not great in weight or vertical.
Yeah, but he's a quarterback.
Yeah, but like his speed grade, they have marked as elite.
That's insane.
That is insane.
Because I do not see elite speed out of him. Now he can run, but I mean, I'm not letting him race Rashid Shaheed and Taysom Hill when Taysom Hill's fully healthy. No. Those two guys, especially Taysom Hill, looks like he got, the Coyotes Acme catalog and bought those muscle pills for his legs so he could compete with the Roadrunner, that kind of thing.
I will say this. Shuck's Dogs draft reaction, if you guys haven't seen it.
Yes, I have. I love it.
Immaculate.
I love it. That to me, and apparently, I don't know if it was Jeff Novak or Fletcher Mackel, one of the two local reporters here, posted that his post-draft interview he had with the media was top notch. They said it was incredible. He answered all the questions, and he was a joy to talk to. I think it was Fletcher Mackel Fletcher Mackel was beating the Jackson Dart drum since the end of the season. So if you convert that guy, you probably are converting quite a few people. So I'm that's a low key down and dirty tight end I had kind of circled as a 3rd round pick.
Yep.
But here's Cleveland again, passing on Shedeur.
Yep. But I think I like Banner.
I think Cleveland's the one that the scout, the unnamed AFC scout that really ripped into Shedeur. It's got to be from Cleveland.
It might be. I mean, they've had. I thought it was the Giants. I did. Cleveland has had 4 opportunities to pick Shedeur. 4.
Raiders are up on the clock, right?
Yeah.
This might be it. And I said this the other night, and I'm going to repeat it again before the pick comes in, regardless of how it goes. You want to talk about the best case scenario for the Las Vegas Raiders in merchandise sales and getting people the NFL to be able to put a guy like Shedeur in this new stadium with a new team and a new city. Perfect. Do you want to talk about the worst place to go for Shedeur Sanders' career? It's Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Immense pressure. Expected day one. The list goes on. It's for the sake of his career, I hope he doesn't go here.
Well, let's see what happens here. I don't know. The Raiders are still very popular with the gangbangers in Los Angeles. So I mean, you put Shedeur Sanders, that's like putting a Deion Sanders jersey as a Raiders thing. I mean, that's still the black hole still is a thing.
Darian Porter goes to the Raiders.
Ooh.
Cornerbacks are starting to go now.
to see a
But
little bit of a run.
but the Saints are only 3 picks away too.
Yeah, this is where I think Rebel goes right here at 71. I said that at 40, and I feel even stronger at 71 now because honestly, I would have had it reversed. I would have had Rebel go at 40 and probably Shao go here at 71.
I mean,
I like this kid Porter. I really
I do too. I do too. A little bit raw, converted receiver, only been playing cornerback for 2 years. But yeah, he's still got great instincts. I loved watching his tape. I won't lie.
He's a ball hawk. He is somebody who goes out because he's a former receiver. He's somebody who goes after the ball. You can see in some of these highlights a full extension.
Mark wants to know: is it too early for Jack Sawyer? A guy
For who?
Ohio State.
Jack Sawyer. I mean, they need an edge. I wouldn't be mad at the pick, but there are more physically talented edge players on the board now, with natural physical talent. But I mean, Sawyer's instincts and his motor and his run defense, I mean, are just off the charts. I wouldn't be mad at it, but I'm with Alan. I'm beating the drum here on a cornerback. I prefer Revel, but Azariah Thomas, Jacob Harris, Dwayne Strong.
Yeah, I think you can get Sawyer at 91. 112 would be stretching it, but you can get him at 91. I'm impressed that a lot of the edge guys are still there.
Yeah.
Princely's still there. Now his run defense is not good.
No.
But you're not asking him to play the run right now.
Nope.
But you've got a couple guys out there who the kid I like from you and I both like from Miami is still out there.
Yep. Kyle Kennard from South Carolina.
Yeah.
You're looking for a small school guy with production, and he's strong. He can play the run. And David Walker from Central Arkansas.
Yeah.
That's a Sean Payton pick.
Yeah. So you've got some guys out there at 91, 112. I'm looking at a running back there.
100%.
I'm looking at Damian Martinez right there. That's my Martinez spot. I've got him. I always take him around 112 in every mock I've ever done. But there's a lot of running backs still out there too. You still have the kid from Iowa out there who is a good fit for a zone blocking scheme as an inside and outside runner.
Yeah.
So
Kyle Williams just went to New England.
Who's that?
Kyle Williams just went to New England. But yeah, I mean, running backs, you got Caleb Johnson, Martinez, Scatterboo, Dylan Sampson. Those are going to be guys that could hear their name called before the end of the night or first thing tomorrow. Trevor Etienne, Donovan Edwards are probable day 3 picks, but potential steals.
I got Trevor Etienne really low because he's so small.
Yeah,
he's more of a kick returner to me than we need a power back. Just like you need a big receiver, you need a big running back, a big inside back. So that's why Scatterboo, Martinez, those kind of guys, Ollie Gordon II, those are the guys that are really more fit for the Saints than somebody who can hit the corner and just take off.
Yeah.
That's a Kamara thing right now. I'm looking for the boom to go with the zoom, even though Kamara's older running back. You need guys who can run inside.
Yes.
I'm tired of seeing Kamara getting slammed into the line.
Yes. All right, so we got the Lions at 70, and then the Saints at 70.
What the hell is that? I'm sorry, I'm looking at this suit.
I know.
Oh, we're back to fashion advice.
I'm sorry. This suit should have a plastic covering over it because it looks like my grandmother's sofa.
Just to go on the Raz score one more time, just to throw it out there. Kelvin Banks on the Raz, 8.32 at tackle, but a 9.5 at guard.
Wow.
And
it's so funny because in the past we were picking Saints players based off of Raz scores. They were picking athletic freaks. Marcus Davenport, athletic freak. Peyton Turner, athletic freak, but these guys got hurt a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like Moore is picking, and now as you told me, there's a RAS score for Shuck. But it seemed like Moore was picking more guys that are productive in college and played at a good high level in college, which was my complaint about the RAS scores. You were picking these ultra athletic dudes, but you weren't getting that production out of them.
Well, it looks like they married the best of both because they got two guys who had good RAS scores. Banks played played what I say, 40-something starts in his career, and then Shuck played about 29 years of college football. So you get the experience and some production across three different schools.
Vernon Broughton from Texas, defensive tackle.
That's the Saints pick?
Yep.
Wow. That's one defensive tackle I didn't have them taking a lot. Let me look at this dude.
I had him as a midday 3 pick.
Yeah, I've had him that low too.
Well, we knew that there was some connection between the Saints and Texas, and we thought so in the secondary. But shoot, when you're around guys enough, I'm sure you have a coach like that in the ears. If there's a guy, it's like, hey, this guy could make a real impact on this team and this scheme. And I'm sure that had something to do with it.
Well, and I mean, Broughton had Alfred Collins playing beside of him. Which one made the other better is really what the question comes down to.
The only thing I can think of is they looked at some of the defensive tackles coming off the board now, and they said, we're going to take a shot that no one's going to take Revel until 91. And I'm just guessing Revel, but he's the highest rated corner I still see out there.
Yeah, but I mean, again, other than Revel, you got Thomas from Florida State, Parrish from K-State, Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech, even Kobe Bryant from Kansas. Yeah.
The biggest knock on Walker from Kentucky is that he doesn't get down low enough, and that people have been able to stonewall him by standing him up, keeping him upright. But yeah, Broughton is just somebody I had, late day 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of surprised on that because it's just not somebody I would have thought on day 3. And again, my thing was, corner, edge, running back, receiver. I was willing to sacrifice defensive tackle till late. Well, here they go and take him first thing in the top of the 3rd.
Yeah, and my feeling was, okay, I'd personally wait to to grab a defensive tackle until I can get a big fat guy until later on the 3rd day. And honestly, there aren't a lot of receivers on this board that excite me either. Not for what the Saints need. Isaiah Bond, Jalen Noel, good players, but the Saints have those. They have 3 of those.
Mm-hmm.
Is Savion Williams, I like. Ty Felton, I like. This kid from Stanford, I like. But I mean, your receivers aren't. Even the receivers that were picked through the end of the 2nd round, were guys that not a lot of people were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And again, it's just the way this draft is falling. So let me read this draft profile of Broughton in the final analysis section. This is again from Athlon Sports. But
why are you doing that to Bob?
One of the more intriguing developmental prospects among this year's interior defensive lineman, Broughton brings a combination of experience, effort, and raw talent that gives him a ton of promise and potential at the next level. it'll take the right coaching staff to get the most out of it, but his size and skill set will allow him to fit any scheme, making it even more likely he'll find a beneficial landing spot on draft weekend. Now they got him slotted as a 6th-round pick, but this book will
Right.
be published right after the combine. But the interesting thing to me is he can play any scheme, and I think you're dead on right, Brendan. With the Texas coaches they have on the staff, this is definitely one of those coaches saying, "No, man, get him in because we can do stuff with him." I watched him every day in practice destroy people, So
Well, I mean, he went up against your first round pick day after day.
yes, he did.
Yep.
Yes, he did. But being able to fit any scheme, because we've been talking since they hired Staley, it's going to be a hybrid 34 scheme. It's going to have a lot of elements of a 4-3 and a lot of elements of a 3-4. Just depending on the down and distance, you're going to see the big nickels too, and what you saw, some of the stuff you saw with Dennis Allen. So you want guys that are flexible and can play in multiple schemes.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for most NFL teams on defense, that's a must now. Because we're facing just so many different offenses, that have so many different ways and weapons to beat you. That you have to have the pieces, the versatile pieces, to be able to combat that, the speed to be able to combat that. Yet not sacrificing bulk in the middle for speed on the outside.
And if he can play the run and push the pocket a little bit,
that's
another
what we're
reason
asking for, right?
Yeah, that's another reason he gets picked over some of the other fat guys who basically are space eaters.
Well, I'll read you this profile on him. This saying he has first step quickness to penetrate an above average range as a tackler, as an adequate anchor, but needs to improve his upper body strength to press and shield downhill blocks. He's an instinctive rusher with a diverse plan and is outstanding at causing havoc with his length and footwork. His rush alone creates rotational value as a 3 technique or an odd front defensive end. So versatility there as well, to kind of go with what you were saying, and the ability to play multiple spots and how vital that's going to be in a hybrid 3-4. But again, that publication had him as a 4th-round pick. So obviously the Saints felt
he went in the 3rd. So
yep.
So Landon Jackson just got picked by the Bills.
I think we did our edge rusher
Bills pick. If I was scouting the Bills and you had to tell me, okay, pick one guy you think fits that culture and that team, Landon Jackson is a guy I would put in there.
I agree with that assessment, and I also would not be surprised if we got our little mini run on edge rushers right now either.
Yeah, I think so too. So my Landon Jackson was kind of my dark horse. If the Saints were going to be in trouble looking for an edge rusher, I thought he'd be one of the last ones on the board. But Jack Sawyer, Princely is still there. Shoot, I just forgot his name. Oh, the Miami kid we've been talking about.
Bernard.
Yeah.
Azariah Thomas just went to the Jets.
That's an Aaron Glenn pick for sure.
Yeah. I mean, this kid's good.
Yeah, he is. I'm surprised he lasted the 3rd.
Yeah.
Now, okay, we're at 73, so we have 10 picks left for the Steelers. That's where Shador's got to go, but Jalen Milroe is still on the board.
Bob, do you remember off the top of your head, not that they're similar in any means, but when I'm talking about a quarterback dropping this far, the first one that comes to mind in recent memory is Malik Willis. Who was projected to be a potential late 1st-round pick. Do you remember where he ended up going? He was a 3rd-rounder.
He was a 3rd, yeah. Because that's Malik Willis, Matt Corral, and was it Ritter, guys? All of them were being talked about as potential 1st-rounders or 2nd-rounders, and I think all 3 of them went in the 3rd, like within 5 or 6 picks of each other.
gonna have to look it up.
Malik Willis ended up going to Tennessee to the Titans.
That's correct. He started some games for Green Bay last year.
Yeah, he did. He started for games from the Titans too, and he set the quarterback position to before the forward pass was common. But Green Bay, and I got to give Green Bay credit because they got a hell of a coaching staff, was able to turn him into a passer.
Yeah.
And Malik Willis actually is the template some people are saying that Jalen Milroe should look to. That if you get a coaching staff like a Green Bay Packers coaching staff that could take a raw thing of clay that's athletic, they could turn you into a decent quarterback. And Malik Willis is turning into a solid backup quarterback. I'm old enough to remember during the Brett Favre days that Green Bay was like quarterback university. That teams that needed a quarterback would go get Green Bay backups, like Ty Detmer and Mark Brunell and
Kurt Warner.
Warner was there too. Yeah.
Aaron Brooks.
Who's that?
Aaron Brooks.
Aaron Brooks. Yeah, I forgot about Aaron Brooks, of course. But yeah, there was a time where if you wanted a backup quarterback, Doug Peterson was there for a little while as a backup quarterback. They seem to go there. So Green Bay's not going to do it, but it would be incredibly interesting to see Green Bay take Jalen Milroe to try and do something with him behind Jordan Love, and then turn around and try and trade him for picks.
Well, it did, and I know Jordan Love was a first-round draft pick. Did Green Bay extend him yet? Does he have that big? Okay, never mind.
They gave him the big contract.
Okay, never mind.
They gave him the big contract after 1 year as a starter,
right?
Which was amazing.
Yeah, it was that playoff run. He got paid right after that. To continue on the Broughton pick, remember he was coached by Bo Davis, the Saints' current defensive.
I forgot about that. I was just thinking Perry Joseph.
I did too. So
okay, makes more sense.
Shout out to whoever threw that on the timeline.
The people who are looking for a receiver, Isaiah Bond is not out of the question now because we've got 2 Texas guys on this team. We've had 3 picks and 2 of them from Texas. One of the things I said when we looked at this coaching staff, they're going to get a lot of guys from college, different guys that we're used to, because these coaches had just come from coaching a lot of these guys.
Yep.
And we're seeing this again. I'm fighting with people on Twitter. I've just turned it off. I can't do it anymore. But they keep saying these are typical Mickey picks. I'm like, they're not Mickey picks. This is Kellen Moore's draft. These are Kellen Moore kind of players. This is not Dennis Allen, and it certainly isn't Sean Payton. Sean Payton would have traded future assets by now to go get somebody.
Yep.
I hate to say it like this, but Shedeur Sanders would be a Sean Payton pick.
He might.
Only because Payton is strong enough as a personality to handle Dion and Shedeur.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. He developed Shedeur, I don't know, but deal with the Sanders sideshow. Yeah, definitely agree.
Yeah, he would,
Shedeur
he
Sanders
wouldn't hesitate to light people up, and Shedeur would get lit up for making mistakes.
Yeah, and to watch Dion and Sean then go after each other in the media would be entertainment value worth the price of admission.
And Sean would just point to the trophy case in the window and say, "Look, this is my right to chew your son's ass out." But more to the point, we'd see a lot. Mike Greens, the Revels, those physical freaks. That was something that Sean liked a lot.
Pat Bryant, the wide receiver they're just about to pick from Illinois, is the physical freak.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm going to throw this in about Shedeur. So Shedeur and his team have had a live stream going last night and then today as well. Shador was prank called this evening on stream by someone acting to be a part of an NFL team that was about to draft him, only to say you'll have to wait a little bit longer.
I don't mean to laugh because, I mean, yeah, these are still young kids, like we talked about.
That's wrong. That's like swatting the dude.
Yeah.
That happened to somebody else last year.
Yeah, it did. I don't remember.
Somebody got prank called saying they were getting drafted. And
you can't do that to these people because, this is their dream. Yeah, that's not funny, man. I mean, I'm enjoying the slide only because I don't like the entitlement, the sense of privilege he has. I'm owed this, because my dad was a great player. I'm owed this too. Just like the same thing I hated about the jersey retirement ceremony. I thought it was ridiculous, especially for a kid who just got finished playing. You do that after he's had a successful NFL career and he's retiring from the NFL. Then you go back and you retire his college jersey and then name the field after him or whatever you're going to do. But let's have a legacy. Let's have a huge career and where you've got all these accomplishments you've done. And then you talk about a retirement ceremony because
did he have a winning record in college?
One game over 500, I think. I think he was 14-13.
That gets you your jersey retired, huh?
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's a Ring of Honor at UL, okay? And the Ring of Honor at UL has got players like Brian Mitchell, Jake Delhomme, Orlando Thomas, Brandon Stokely. Those are all players who did something in the NFL. In fact, I've always felt that Brian needs to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his kick return yardage.
Put Pat Swilling there first and then talk to me.
Yeah. I know. But yeah, but those guys got put in the Ring of Honor after their NFL career was over with. I mean, Orlando Thomas, unfortunately, he developed ALS and he passed away about 20 years ago now, but he passed away as a result of that. But he was a great player at UL, and he was a great player for the Minnesota Vikings. His career was cut short by ALS. But, Jake Delhomme clearly got somebody to the Super Bowl. As an undrafted free agent, got the Panthers to the Super Bowl. Brian Mitchell for the kick returns. Brandon Stokely has won rings with the Colts and the Ravens. So, I mean, again, you're retiring numbers or putting people in rings of honor for their entire football career. And that's where I think you go back and honor somebody like Shador.
Unless Shador has a collegiate career like an Archie Griffin or a Doug Flutie, like a legendary collegiate career. And he was very good. Revel just went to the Cowboys at 76.
Man, you're stressing me out, man.
Sorry, man.
No, it's. Did you see Scooter Magruder's little video about Cowboy fans in the first round?
No.
You need to watch that. It's hilarious. I love Scooter, and I told him that. I said, you really make, even when you lose, you make these great, funny videos. And he talks about the fact they took a guy named Tyler again. He's at an offensive line. He goes, what are we going to be, the Great Wall of Tyler? I'm like, Great Wall of Tyler, great line, Yeah. This is what I was afraid of. This is why I wanted Revel earlier. That's tough. That's tough
I was too. And I mean, since the Saints pick, we've seen 2 cornerbacks come off. So
yeah. Well, this goes back to what we said before. If they don't take a corner, or if they miss out on all the corners, the plan has to be you've got to sign Asante Samuel and just as depth, and you just try and work your way out of it.
Oh, but just dropped our first F-bomb of the night. Princely just went to the Panthers, who traded into 77.
Man,
I mean, yeah, I know his run defense isn't much, but man, that guy gets to the passer in the blink of an eye.
I actually like him better than the kid that the Falcons traded up to go get.
I like Pierce, but I do too. As a pure pass rusher, I do too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I had Princely ranked right behind Abdul Carter. I had him fourth. I had him ranked behind Abdul Carter, the two Georgia kids. Then I went Princely and Pierce.
Yeah, this is why I didn't want to take a defensive tackle until later.
Well,
And
yeah,
I'm
again,
not bashing I'm not bashing the pick so much as I'm just bashing the decision to go for that over these other guys who are now popping off the board.
yeah.
In the third round, I'm more willing to reach for somebody to get ahead of these guys. That now this is the part of the draft I thought was going to happen in the first and second round, honestly, where a lot of the guys the Saints were going to be targeting or interested in, we're going to start popping off the board back to back to back.
Well, but I mean, just like we talked about at cornerback, at edge rusher, they might feel the same way. I mean, they obviously feel some kind of way about Chase Young. Otherwise, they wouldn't. They'd have at least let him test the market, and they didn't. They jumped right on him. Obviously, Cam can still play as a rotational player.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what Brzee can do as a 3-4 end. But yeah, I mean, you don't have that finisher, and we've talked about it several times. And I'm not saying you're going to get a finisher in rounds 3 or 4, but you have to recognize you lack the pure speed and athleticism and natural pass rushing ability on the end right now. I like Granderson, but he's not a finisher. Chase Young, the reason why people are calling Chase Young I'm not calling Chase Young a bust, but the reason why others are is because he's not a finisher. You need somebody.
Speed stinks.
Yeah.
He just did not close worth a damn. I can't tell you how many times I've watched him, and here he is. He is within arm reach of the quarterback, and he cannot make that closing move to get to him before they throw the ball.
Yeah, and the great ones, the LTs, the Reggie Whites, the Watt brothers, they have that closing speed. They just people always talk about the extra gear that an elite wide receiver possesses when the ball is in the air, or the extra gear that a running back has to separate. Well, the elite edge rushers have that same extra gear, and Chase Young don't have it.
Yeah. Well, Kyle Kennard is an interesting prospect. I'll have to keep an eye on him.
I like Kyle. He's a good run defender, too.
Yeah, Jack Sawyer is always going to be out there as somebody. I
like David Walker a lot, too. Yes, he did.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
Donovan,
he did.
Okay.
As Raku. I practiced his name.
Okay.
Yeah, the top edge rushers I have still available are Kyle Kennard, no particular order, Kyle Kennard, Tyler Barron, David Walker, and Jack Sawyer.
Yeah. I know the LSU fans are talking about Braden Swinson. And well, no, he got picked. It's the other one. Savon. I can't think of his last name right now, but he's the other one. That people are going to be watching for just to see if they can LSU guy.
Yeah.
Speaking of LSU, the cornerback, the heck is his name? I'm sorry, I'm using more prepared than this.
I know who you mean. I stepped away from my notes and day 3 pick. He's very undisciplined and not the usual athlete that LSU cornerbacks are.
That's kind of my read on him too. Not, somebody who's going to play the zone, but not a physical tackler, not good, not aggressive closer.
I forgot.
Isaiah
Sorry to
Alexander.
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. I forgot about another edge. I mean, wasn't really high on, but he was productive. Jordan Birch. He's now off the board to the Cardinals. We're getting our defensive back and edge rusher run now, guys. I think.
And this is exactly what I thought was going to happen in the third round. That's why I wanted to take the corner at 71 and try and take an edge at 91 to see who makes it down that far.
Yep.
And I thought Barron would make it to 91. I mean, 91.
I think he probably will. I'm worried that Kennard and Walker may not.
There's one guy out there, and I think he's in Michigan. I'm sorry, Brendan, go ahead.
I wouldn't be mad at Jack Sawyer at 90. I think he'd probably still be available in the early goings of day 3 with the Saints having 2 fourth-round picks. But there's just something about, and that's with any sport, any guy that just has a motor and you know that guy's going to bust his ass for you every day, it's really hard to ignore that when you're throwing on the tape of Jack Sawyer. And he may not be a guy who ever develops into being a star or even a guy that makes or moves the needle for a team, if you will. But he would very quickly become a fan favorite just based off of his motor and his desire.
You're talking about also like a guy like Brady Smith going back to the 90s with the Saints. That was a guy who got a lot of Saints fans happy. He loved getting fights too, but he was a nonstop motor guy, and that's what people liked about him.
The receiver, Jalen Noel, the speedster from Iowa State, just went to.
He's short. He's 5'11" too. So, there's a lot of 5'11" fast receivers in this draft. And I'm not going to keep beating this drum because they may not even take him. But if I'm going to take a 5'11" speed guy, I'm probably going to take Isaiah Bond late. Just because the coaches that you got on the staff that dealt with him, and I think if there's somebody who's going to hit the next level and become a better receiver, I think he is one of them. Just because I think they just didn't know what to do with him because of limitations at quarterback.
Yep.
I'm not a fan of Ewers at all.
Clearly.
Yeah, and like I said, I think Ewers cost them a shot at a national championship because I just felt like he made some incredibly bad throws in that game. I think there were times I'm like, put Arch in. You got to bench him for a little while. Put Arch in. Let Arch get some playing time. Just because I thought the passing game was a hindrance for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, Quinn Ewers, you already have one of those in Jake Haener. A small guy sees the field fairly well, but also gets rattled, and doesn't have the arm to make up for his lack of other measurables. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We're 3 picks away from the Steelers. This is a make or break pick coming up. If it doesn't happen with Pittsburgh, I don't know when it's going to happen.
If Pittsburgh doesn't go, if Pittsburgh goes quarterback, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see them go Jalen Milroe over Shedeur Sanders.
And I think at that point, I jokingly said, somebody had said, wouldn't it be something if Shedeur's brother goes before Shedeur?
I just saw something.
And I jokingly said that would be almost as hilarious as Shedeur becoming Mr. Irrelevant in the draft. Because did y'all see the video of that room he's in?
Yeah.
What they did?
Yeah.
He's not in it today.
That is going to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. and I equated it to what I said was when I saw this is, in those 80s movies, the guy who used to tie the sweater around his neck and his shoulders was always like the asshole in the movie.
Yeah.
He was the guy who
Yeah.
had the great looking car, had the hot girl, and the nerd was the better, more compassionate guy. But the jock that would wear his sweater like that just thought he was God's gift to women, treated the girl like crap. And so you
Shooter
hated
McGavin.
that person. And there's another guy I liked a lot, Dylan Fairchild. You're leaving me with Xavier Tuss now from Georgia, and that's the last guy from Georgia. But anyway, that's what that room and that legendary thing with all the hats. That's what that screamed to me is. My dad's a lawyer. You can't mess with me. You can't arrest me. Who do you think I am? Just because I got a bag of pills and a bottle of whiskey in my Jag here, you can't arrest. Or my Porsche actually is 944. Yeah, you can't arrest me. You know who my dad is? That's what that screamed to me. And I don't want this kid to fail, but at the same time, I do, because you've now become a movie villain.
Yeah.
I said Shooter McGavin from Happy Gilmore, and
yeah,
I kind of get it. Like I've said before, the hardest thing with Shador is he's embraced everything that his father was, and he's almost a mini me of his father in terms of attitude, arrogance, and all of that. And I really think it's hurting him because I really think he's a talented kid.
I didn't know this until I did the deep dive on him. Do you realize his dad has been his only coach he's had since he's been playing football?
Yep.
That explains a lot.
Well, and
Dion coached him in high school.
Yep.
At Trinity Christian. And Dion coached him made him withdraw his, I don't know if he made him, but had him withdraw his commitment to Florida Atlantic, and they went to Jackson State instead. And then when he got the Colorado job, it's like, okay, now you come into Colorado and you're going to play in Colorado. And I think the ultimate goal was for him to win a Heisman.
I know it was. I mean, that's why they brought in those receivers. That's why they ran the ball like 5 times a game.
Yeah. And so, Dion is almost living vicariously through his son, which is a weird thing because you're one of that era's greatest cornerbacks. I don't like to say the word greatest of all time because, he's not Night Train Lane. He's not Mel Blount. That's a totally different kind of cornerback because it was a totally different kind of football play back then.
Yeah.
But he is the greatest of that 80s, 90s era.
Yep.
Because he was a true shutdown corner, and we didn't talk about that back then. So why you feel like you have to continue to live that life through your kid and make him the greatest quarterback, I don't know. But it looks like it is coming back to haunt him because Dion was part of the greatest first 6 picks in NFL draft history. I mean, 5 of the first 6 picks were all Hall of Famers from 1989.
Everybody but Mandridge.
Yeah, Troy Aikman, Deion Sanders, Derek Thomas, Barry Sanders. I mean, it's just an incredible who's list of Hall of Fame players. So the feel that you need to live your life through your kid or extend your life through your kid, it's really weird. But I can't. I'm not Dion. I don't know why he's doing what he's doing, but it is hurting his son, and it's unfortunate. I think the kid has a shot at being a really good NFL player, but this is really an eye opener, I think, for him.
Yep. Caleb Johnson, the Iowa running back, just went to Pittsburgh at 83.
Wow.
Holy cow.
But yeah, I mean, going back, I'd have arguments with people, that would come at me, when you kind of say, I wonder if Kellen Moore, or I have doubts that Kellen Moore would want to deal with the Dion Shador, the Sanders soap opera in the locker room. And people would say, oh, Dion's just going to let Kellen coach him. What makes you think that? Because then I'd throw out, Dion's literally been the only coach this kid has ever had. So, what makes you think that Dion is going to let go of him now? And I see that being a very legitimate fear. I posed the question to both of you last night. Would you want to deal with that as a head coach? I never answered it myself, but my answer would be no. I don't think I would be. Not unless I already had a prior personal relationship with Dion. And if I did, I think I would feel a little bit more comfortable and confident that you're going to let me coach because that's my job. If I didn't have that relationship, I don't think I touch it.
This is an amazing draft. I'm sorry. This is just Jalen Milroe is falling, but I can understand Jalen Milroe falling. It's just you're worried about this. You need a starter. You don't have time to developing. He has to go to the perfect situation to really sit him for a couple of years and work with him, but do special packages with him. Dion, God, I keep saying Dion, but Shador is ready to start. I think he is a bit of a project, but I mean, I'm waiting to see Kuiper lose it. I think Kuiper's giving up the ghost. I really do. I think he's realizing, once the Saints made their pick, I think he's pretty much realizing it ain't happening.
Well, looking at the board, how would you guys feel? We just saw a running back go. Cam Scatterbo. Do you think that's a legit possibility for the Saints at 93?
Yeah, 100%. Now, I'd prefer Damian Martinez at the running back position over, Scatterbo. But yeah, he's a good back. He's an inside power runner, which is what this Saints team needs. They need some sort of threat, out of the backfield that way. So you can move Alvin Kamara around without necessarily telegraphing A, what you're going to do, and B, you don't have to run Kamara into the teeth of the defense 20 and 25 times a game, because it's obviously not going to work because it hasn't worked.
Well, and let's not forget with Scatterbo. He's the first running back collegiately since Christian McCaffrey to rush for 1,000 and receive for 500.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a bad receiving back.
No,
he's not. You're not going to want to highlight him as a receiving back, but he has capable hands, soft hands. Think Mark Ingram in a way of just being an underrated pass catcher, I think.
Once Ingram learned to catch, yeah. I mean, we all know that, the reason why Ingram was in a rotation his first 3 or 4 years, and Peyton just didn't trust him in key situations is because Mark couldn't pick up the blitz. Mark had to learn how to be not a wide receiver, but Mark had to learn how to be a competent receiver. And to Mark's credit, he worked hard at doing both of those things to become a legitimate featured back. I will give Mark Ingram credit till I'm in the grave over that kind of thing.
Mark became a much, excuse me. Sorry about that. I swallowed wrong. Mark became a much more complete back as a Saint, and for all the things that you talked about. If I'm going to do an Ingram highlight, one of my all-time favorite Ingram plays would be from the 2018 season against the Rams in the regular season, where he cut the Rams. What the hell was that? The guy that came from Florida. What was his name? I just drew a blank on his name. But anyway, he did a head over heels flip cut block on this guy that was coming in clean. He had just shot the gap and he was targeting Drew Brees, and Ingram got low and hit him in the thighs. And he went head over heels, and of course Brees threw a touchdown pass because of it. It was just a beautiful block, as great as any run I've ever seen him do. And even Troy Aikman was losing it over that. Troy Aikman was like, "Oh my God," it was just a beautiful block. And it's funny. Caleb Johnson goes to the Steelers. Well, he doesn't really have to change his uniform because that pretty much is the same damn uniform. He's used to being in black and gold.
Yeah, Caleb Johnson's going to start for Pittsburgh, and he's going to be a good running back for what Mike Tomlin wants to do. Tampa Bay drafted another cornerback, Jacob Parrish.
Yeah.
So is the Najee Harris experience over that quickly?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He signed with. They let him walk. He signed with the Chargers. He's Jim Harbaugh's back now.
Mm-hmm.
He was a guy I really liked in the draft process, and I know he had good years in Pittsburgh.
I think the knock on him was that he just lacked the big burst.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so going back to Scatterboo for a minute.
Okay.
Do you think are you going to take Scatterboo now, or are you going to try and risk it at 112?
I don't know if he's going to be there at 112. Honestly, obviously he shot up a lot of people's boards because of his performance in the playoff, right? And that incredible game he had. But I don't know if he'll be there at 112. I think what's going to be really telling here is between picks, really now at 86 through that Saints pick. If you start to see a run on a position or a run on running backs here at the end of the round, I don't know if he'll be there. But to your credit, Alan, I mean, you said it last night. We haven't seen a whole lot of runs on positions.
The closest you're getting is right now with edge rushers and cornerbacks, which is why I asked that question about Scatterboo going to 112. I almost feel compelled to take either a corner or an edge player now.
100%.
Sure. These guys are starting to come off the board now. Now we're starting to say, shit, they took that guy. Damn, they got that guy.
Yep.
I'm worried that, and I'm almost pushing more for edge now, because now we're getting into that second level of corners where, Kobe Bryant is not going to be, is he going to be that much better than what the Saints already have on their roster?
Right.
So to me, edge, you've still got some higher end talent on edge.
Yep.
This is now where I'm going, okay, we better get on the phone with who we've been talking about all night, Bob, because I'm having a blank. Asante Samuel. Get on the phone with Asante Samuel and say, listen, we didn't get the guy we really wanted. That doesn't mean we're not drafting a corner, but it just means I don't have a guy that I feel comfortable with that could start for me. I've got a couple of guys that I feel good about, but I'd like to have a veteran guy in there because I really don't want to move Alontae Taylor full-time to the outside.
Yeah, 100%. And for that reason, I do go edge rusher, with Kennard, Barron, Sawyer, David Walker, all still on the board currently. As opposed to, like you said, Kobe Bryant, Denzel Burke, are the primary corners still there. Yeah, I definitely go edge rusher. I take the gamble that you're probably right, Brendan, that Scatterbo does not make it out of day 2. But if he doesn't, I still have Damian Martinez. I still have Donovan Edwards. I still have Ollie Gordon as far as inside runners.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the numbers of guys. And what did I say on Monday? On Friday, on Thursday. It feels like a week, I bet. These are guys where I'm going, I've got similar grades on these players. I'm not seeing that big of a drop off. I thought once Ravel came off the board, I'm seeing the drop off now from
Yes.
Ravel to some of these other corners. That's the painful part about missing out on him. With the Cowboys taking that pick. This is the only time I really feel like the Saints the board's not falling their way anymore. And I still want a receiver. And I don't know where that guy is going to come from either.
Well, and that could be your 90 pick at 93 if Savion Williams is still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that. Because, I mean, receiver, for what the Saints need, receiver is a whole lot thinner than running back or even edge rusher right now. And, again, at least on the end, you have Cam, you have Granderson, you have Chase. You don't have, unless you have a lot of confidence in Bub Means, which even Bub is only like 6'1". You don't have a big body pass catcher. And it might, hey, again, if it's not Savion Williams or Ty Felton, maybe it's a Rondé Gadsden. And you use them as a big slot matchup weapon kind of guy.
And the guy I said earlier from Tennessee, Dante Thornton, that's another guy. It's a big guy, but he's not ready to play yet. You're going to have to work with him. So, you're starting to get into more raw players at this level. I think edge is going to have to come now, and then now you're going to go probably at 112. We're going to go Damian Martinez or a running back, and then we'll start looking at wide receivers, safety, and then corners. Those kind of guys. Xavier, the Notre Dame safety, did he ever come off the board?
Not that I know of. Xavier Watts, Jalen Reed from Penn State is still there. Lathan Ransom from Ohio State is still there.
That's unbelievable.
I know. I figured for sure Watts would be a second-round pick.
That's really wild. Because I'm sorry. It's, to me, it screams that safety isn't a very valuable position in this draft.
Well, period. You look at free agency, safeties aren't getting big money. It's not a valued position anymore, and I don't get why.
What about
RJ? We're playing more big nickels than ever. I'm sorry, what did you say, Brendan?
RJ Mickens out of Clemson in the 4th round. If you guys are looking at safety.
Mickens is a player. I like him.
The Alabama. Wow.
And Savion Williams.
Jerry Kramer up there.
Yeah.
He's in a wheelchair now, and it comes from watching NFL films too much. It's like when you are used to watching a TV show and you realize how much time has passed, and then the actor's on it, you're going, whoa. You look up, the show's been off the air for 20 years, but there goes Savion Williams. Golly, the damn Packers. They don't draft receivers in forever, and now they're taking all these receivers off the board.
They did it out of spite of Aaron Rodgers for so long.
Which I'm all for.
Yeah, now that they can't, do it out of spite, they're just like, well, what do we do? I guess we just draft all of the receivers.
Yeah, did that picture just of Savion Williams give him the swirly hairstyle? I know he's got dreads, long dreads, but it sure looks like a swirly, like the ice cream cone. I'm like, they could have found a better picture than that of that poor guy.
No, it's always the weirdest pictures and the most dramatic stories they can find on guys in the draft.
And the frustrating thing, the reason why I wanted Xavier Williams is because he reminds me of that former Vikings kick returner who played with the Falcons and was running all over us. I'm sorry, what?
Cordero Patterson.
Cordero Patterson. He reminds me of Patterson. He's got a lot of those kind of characteristics. So I'm like, man, running him on jet sweeps, running him on reverses and stuff, where he's a load coming at you.
Mhm.
You know, that it's why I wanted to get this guy, and he went a little higher than I expected.
I forgot about that 2-lane corner, but no sense talking about him now. He's gone.
Getting close to the Saints. Do you guys have a hunch or an inkling of
Edge,
where
edge.
You guys
Edge,
think
Give me an edge.
Edge is the place to go?
Yeah.
And maybe Jack Sawyer here. You know,
Josiah Stewart out of Michigan.
Who?
Josiah Stewart. Stewart?
yeah.
I said that very weird. Sorry.
Isn't he only like 6'1" though?
Yeah, he's on the shorter side. But I mean, you can't. Yeah, Michigan defenders have done really well the last couple years, regardless of position. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be mad at based off of the guys I scouted. I'm still calling for Kennard, Barron, David Walker, or Jack Sawyer.
Like I said earlier, I really like Jack Sawyer's motor. I think he's a guy who'd probably be available early tomorrow. But, you know, Bob said a bazillion times over the last few weeks, really, if he's your guy, why risk it? Why play roulette? If you really like him better than any other edge guy, why would you risk it?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, if you're the Saints and you do have edge rusher, pass rusher highlighted on your board, and you know, Jack Sawyer is at the top of your list, you don't wait.
Exactly. Exactly right.
Yeah, Tyler Barron, of course, we've been talking about him too. That's a bit of a project, but man, I can't think of a better person to teach him than Cam Jordan.
Yep.
You know, because he's a project as far as hand motion, you know, being more physical. You know, that's all Cam's strengths. Kyle Kennard is an interesting prospect. You know, he's a guy. It still needs some work.
Yeah.
But he's not that strong a run defender, but the pass rushing skill is really, really good. So yeah, I'm pretty much in the boat of Kennard, Sawyer, and Barron. Those are my three.
The West Virginia guard finally came off to Jacksonville.
Wow, that's kind of far.
Yeah, considering I would see a lot of projections having him in the second or third round, like the early
Kyle
third
Kennard,
round.
I've seen go in as early as the bottom of the first, top of the second. You know, in mocks. So you know, again, this is how NFL teams view players versus a computer.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, I've been doing so many mocks. It got to the point where I was learning how the CPU thinks, and I could take players and trick it.
Yeah.
It's terrible. But I was like, okay, if I take this player early, I know I'm going to have this other guy late. And I'm kind of approaching the draft this way too. When I was saying about the defensive tackle. Who is the Jaguars head coach now?
Cohen, the former Bucks offensive
That's right, the
coordinator.
nutcase. Okay.
Yeah.
Nutcase.
Yeah. Oh, the Rams are finally picking. Because they traded.
Are we sure they're not trading again?
Yeah.
No, we're not. Shador could go here.
I was going to say that
this
too.
Is very likely. This is a very likely spot for him now. And if he does, that's a great spot for him.
Yes.
because you're now going to inherit a good offense with an unbelievable offensive coordinator and an offensive-minded head coach. You're not going to be asked to play right away, and you're not going to be asked to be the savior. So this would be a great spot for him, and that would be a very Rams pick to take a guy like Shador, because you're not. They pride themselves on finding guys in the middle rounds.
And they've been pretty damn good at it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So they've got a hell of that. I think them and Tampa have two of the best personnel departments right now, honestly. Finding good players. Because Tampa really should be a terrible team, and they're not, because they find good draft picks. And the Rams should have been made to pay for trading away all those first-round picks with salary cap hell and a terrible team. And their GM has managed to find a buttload of fifth-round picks that turned out to be really good players. Their running back, Puka Nacua, a lot of the defenders, and you lost some Hall of Fame caliber talent. Especially on the defensive line with Aaron Donald. I mean, you shouldn't be able to come back from that. And they're able to put stuff together again. So I got to give them the credit. They really know what they're doing out there. So what pick is this now? Where are the Rams at, Brendan?
They're at pick 90, 26th overall here in round 3.
Okay. All right, so the Saints are 91, right?
93. We got
93.
Yeah, we got Rams, Baltimore, and the Sea Hags. My dog came running when I said Sea Hags.
I don't know if that's.
Should I be concerned?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my God. Okay. I haven't been on Twitter in a while, so me and a guy were arguing about. I said you got a cheaper player for by taking Shao, and you can push Carr off the roster. And he says, well, he says it's a second round pick. You're not getting a cheaper player. And I'm like, last time I looked, a second round pick gets about $16 million, 4-year, $16 million deal. Derek Carr is expected to take $40 million this year alone. So 16 is a lot less than 40. This is his last response. Dude, I don't care about the numbers. You are just ignoring my point.
Wow.
And that was an hour ago. So, dude, and it's like, I don't understand your point other than the fact that you're just pissed that they took a quarterback in the second round. That's all I think you're pissed about.
He might spell GED with a J.
One of my favorite quotes from Don Meredith was they asked him, why did you pick going to SMU? He says, well, I could spell it.
Your edge. Yeah.
From Michigan going to LA.
That's a Rams pick. That is such a Rams
very
pick.
Much so. I mean, he's undersized. He's 6'1", so he is too small to be an edge rusher. But the Rams are going to make it work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, Stewart is just ferocious.
Oh, nice block, 77. I mean, I'm sorry, that was a highlight for him. But I mean, 77 was so slow coming out of his stance, and then it compounded. He pushes him into his quarterback. So, holy crap, that guy just got thrown down in the dirt.
That's why, Cesar Ruiz.
Yeah, he missed him. That was a
Cesar Ruiz better be asking, a lot of the interior edge NFL rushers that recently got big contracts. He needs to be asking for a cut because he caused a lot of those highlights.
Yeah, that they're going to figure out what to do with him. They're gonna move him around. I wouldn't be surprised they kind of try and move him inside and have him blitz from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as a weak side linebacker.
Emory Jones, the kid a lot of LSU fans wanted the Saints to draft in the second round, finally comes to the I know. I ignore the LSU contingent this time of year. I literally tune them out.
Well, I mean, Emory Jones he's not a great athlete.
Nope.
He is a mauler. He is a man on man, and it's not what you want for a zone blocking scheme. But he's a man on man guy. I'm gonna put my hands on you, and I'm gonna fight you. Yeah, and these highlights are showing that he's one on one. He's pancaking people by putting his hands on them and driving them in the dirt, and that's not the kind of scheme the Saints are running.
Nope. Yeah, speaking of, who does play guard for the Saints? Yeah, right. Radden's, he kind of has that style. He whiffs a lot, but he has that style. Do they move Penning there? Do they think they have something called a Berry?
Yeah, I'm seeing people saying we're going to put Penning there right away, and I'm not ready to do that.
No,
I think they try and find somebody here in this draft.
The Seahawks are selecting Jalen Milroe.
I have seen in mocks Milroe going to the Seahawks quite a few times.
John Butler says this Shador stuff will be studied wild couple days. How bad did this guy? How bad was he in his interviews?
I really hope it comes out. I really hope it comes out.
Those stories came out 2 days before the draft, and they were calling them BS stories to sandbag this kid. And it's turning out that Tom Pesario was dead on right, and these were actual quotes from these people. And, you know, I think this is going to become – he is now going to be the template when you go and talk to teams, and coaches are going to say and agents are going to say, listen, man, you don't come off cocky. You don't come off arrogant. It's yes, sir, no, sir, and all these things. And I know a lot of people are mad about that. Like, oh, you got to kiss the ass of the man. Well, you know what?
But you do.
You do, because you're trying to sell yourself. And the way you sell yourself is you cannot, if you're a prick in real life, you got to somehow fake it till you make it. That saying, to get your foot in the door, and then you can turn out to be the asshole. But yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's got to be the interviews, because this is not based off of skill now. And those who are trying to say it's about race or it's about whatever power, whatever word you want to use, that's crap. That's lazy arguments. That's intellectually lazy arguments, because they go back to Peyton Manning, and since everybody likes to compare him to the Manning, let's go back to Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf. Ask Peyton, famous. It's on America's Game, the 2006 Patriots, 2006 Colts. I'm sorry. They asked Peyton Manning, what would you do if you were the first overall pick? And I know he said, if you pass on me, it'd be the worst mistake of your life. I get that. But they asked him, if you're the first overall pick, what are you going to say? And he said that I want a copy of the playbook, and I want a copy of the media guides, so I can learn who my teammates are. I can learn what they do, what they like, and I can kind of bond with them. I want to get that right away. And I'm coming in as I'm the low man in the totem pole, even though I'm the first round pick. I know I got to do all the singing and all the hazing stuff they like to do. Would they ask Ryan Leaf? Ryan Leaf says, I'm going to Vegas with my buddies.
Yep.
And which had the better career? You know, Manziel comes out there rubbing his fingers, you know, give me the money. He was there for them. He's a rich kid, too. That's the worst part.
I know.
So, yeah, it's you gotta kiss these people's asses because you're selling yourself. And I don't care who you are or where you come from, you have to kiss their ass.
Mm-hmm.
And oh yeah, he's losing it. He's losing it.
You guys ready for the Saints pick?
Yeah, if you got it.
Jonas Sanker, safety, Virginia.
Wow.
Okay.
That was the first time I've really seen Bob be like, shoot.
I don't even know if I have anything on this dude.
3-year starter.
Yeah.
Delivers
Very limited range. Very limited range.
Everything's about his ability to play the run.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a throwback safety. He's in the box. You don't want him single high. He's too high at best. Slow reaction time coming up to meet plays. He's Malcolm Jenkins. A smaller version of Malcolm Jenkins.
High football IQ, long wingspan. Yeah, he is 6'5" wingspan is what they say about him. I'm listening to Kuiper just losing his mind right now.
43 total games played, team captain, box safety, lots of athleticism.
The comparison they have is Bubba Baker over there in Arizona. It's
I think Bubba's a much better athlete. Like I said, Sanker. I didn't watch a lot of tape on him because I pretty much stopped scouting safeties when they slowed down scouting safeties once they signed Justin Reed. But yeah, I mean, Sanker's a guy I do not want in single high. You're never going to put him, in slot coverage. And I mean, all that's okay when you have a deep cornerback crew. But what have we been talking about all night?
Yeah, I'm very surprised by this. Yeah,
Sanker is a Malcolm Jenkins, Roman Harper type of pick. Very physical. He'll make some plays in deep coverage, but it better be as a too high safety, because if it's a single high safety, you're going to be seeing the back of his jersey number on a lot of highlights.
Yeah, he's not a cover guy. He is definitely a run. And I got to say, this has got to be looking at the film and going, these guys suck on the back end at stopping the run. Too many guys getting to the second level and running clear. So that's this pick is.
Yeah. And when they do get to the second level, you have a Jordan Howden that takes the worst angles I've ever seen from a safety. Or a Tyrann Mathieu, who you might as well give him, like a red cape or a red blanket because he's just going to ole. So at least I keep asking for a safety. I kept asking for a safety. Give me a safety with some range, some versatility, and the willingness to tackle. At least Sanker gives you one of those three. He'll give you the willingness to tackle.
Yeah, and I'm looking at safeties that are higher ranked. The guy you like from Penn State a lot.
For Christ's sake, it just now hit me. Xavier Watts is still sitting on the board.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm pissed. I understood the logic behind the Sanker pick before it hit me that Xavier Watts is. Now I'm pissed.
All right, I got to look and see if Xavier Watts is actually still on the board because.
Yeah. Make sure I'm not wrong because otherwise I just put my foot in my mouth.
No, he's still on the board.
He's still on the board.
There's
got to be something physically wrong with this man for him to still be on the board.
Or something, maybe something behind the scenes personality wise, because I mean, we talk about Terry Joseph at Texas. Before Joseph came to Texas, he was at Notre Dame. He and we had Benjamin Morrison and Xavier Watts coming out of Notre Dame. Joseph only coached one of them for 1 year before he left. I don't remember which one, but he had to play a big part in recruiting both of these kids because they arrived to Notre Dame as he was leaving. He knows Watts.
Yeah, there's got to be something going on
Wow,
there.
you want to hear something?
What?
The Cleveland Browns at pick number 94, quarterback Dylan Gabriel.
Whoa.
He's
No
5'11",
way.
and he's a small 5'11".
Gabriel?
He's not a Drew Brees, kind of a stockier build with big hands. He's just a very small 5'11".
He is, which is a shame because I love the way he reads the field. Yeah, he's a smart quarterback. He just doesn't have a body, an NFL body.
That's it for Sanders. And he was already Kuiper was losing it on air just now when they took Jalen Milroe, when Seattle took Jalen Milroe. But now you're talking third day because no one's trading up into the third round to go get him.
No.
So now you're talking about third day pick. Kuiper is going to become unglued. They're gonna have to get the special jacket with the long sleeves and snaps up the back to handle Kuiper. If Sanders goes past the fourth round and no one takes him.
So the Raiders have back-to-back picks here at the end of the third. That's the only spot I could see him going. Also, sidebar, just because to wrap up the conversation on the Saints pick, Sanker's the first pick today that did not have a good RAS score. He had a 7.06.
Well, at least they went away from the RAS. I hate the RAS.
It's it's a useful tool. It's extremely overrated.
Oh, here we go. I got to listen to this. Sorry.
No, turn it up.
Long college career, 155 passing touchdowns over the course of the many years, and over 1,200 rushing yards.
Kuiper is going to lose his mind.
The winner of UCF. Go back to 2019. They were 9-3 with Dylan Gabriel on the center. Take back to 2019, right? Then he goes up ball with second year.
Good Lord, he looks like he's 12.
He's 69%, 30 touchdowns, 6 picks with 12 rushing touchdowns. Go to Orange, 13-1, 73%, 30 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 7 rushing touchdowns. This kid throws a catchable ball. He's 5'11", 205. So size isn't what you want. This would prove you get away with it in the NFL now. That'd be fine. Timing, touch, passes are super accurate, precise with the football. He's got the ability to beat you with his legs. He can get those rushing touchdowns. Get down there as well. So it's a lot like there's 25 in the set. Just there with 25 years of age will be. Dylan Gabriel's a nice quarterback. There's no question about it.
Here it comes. Well, they cut him off.
Good field vision, smart, tough, good decision making, quick release, adequate arm strength. That shows in the middle. Throws a nice deep ball. The anticipation, points, composure. Sounds like the kind of things that you want the quarterback, right? Yeah. Sounds like there's other quarterbacks who have the same kind of that. But hey, Dylan Gabriel got to talk to him a couple times. You'll love the kid. You will love Dylan Gabriel. You will love Dylan Gabriel. Named after Corey Dillon. Okay. Brothers in Garrison Hurst. Another brother, Roman Gabriel, was one of my all-time favorites. From Rams fan, right? His father, Garrett Gabriel, was actually in my book. Listen to my book. So there you got 6'1", 198-pound quarterback in 1991 draft was Garrett Gabriel. So there you go.
We have one of the most stunning stories in NFL draft history taking place tonight. There is no question of that. Shedeur Sanders sliding all the way down deep into round 3 and beyond that is one of the true stars that we have ever seen. Let's say it looks like 95.
They're not letting you on a rant.
Is it going to go down as one of the biggest slides in the history of the NFL draft?
Yeah.
For a guy with as much, I guess, hype behind him, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a huge. This is probably the biggest slide I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I had no idea Roman Gabriel was Dylan Gabriel's uncle.
I didn't either.
That's amazing.
You guys want the
once
funniest
again,
tweet that I've seen so far about Shedeur Sanders? All right.
I
fun of the kid, but I think it's funny. One guy tweets, "It's going to be really awkward when Shedeur has to go back to Colorado and wear a different number since they retired his."
Yeah, he can't even be 12. They retired that number too.
Yeah. All right. Philly trades 96 to Atlanta. No word. I don't have a word on a pick yet.
Well, if we want to look ahead to tomorrow, the Saints have 2 picks in round 4. Obviously, there's still some prospects that are going to be coming off the board here. But the Saints have the 10th pick of the 4th round and the 29th pick of the 4th round. You guys were screaming for edge rushers here at the end of the 3rd. Do you expect them to go that way? Xavier Watts just came off the board to Atlanta. That's still the way that you guys think the Saints should go?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that's where in my mock, my second mock, that's where I had David Walker from Central Arkansas falling. I did not anticipate that Kyle Kennard would be there. I did anticipate that Tyler Barron would be there, so that's about the range. We're in the range now that I thought that Tyler Barron would start to get some looks. And same with Jack Sawyer. I mean, you got Kennard, Barron, Sawyer, David Walker. You still have 4 quality edge rushers on the board here, barring another run. So that's where I'd like to see the Saints go. If not, I wouldn't be mad at a running back, Scatabo, Martinez, Oronde Gadsden, the tight end from Syracuse, is still there.
They're not saying anything what's wrong with Xavier Watts. I don't know how he lasted this far. I can't believe the Saints would pass on him because he's a turnover machine, and that's what you want. I mean, I've had this guy as high as the 2nd round. I'm sorry. I can't believe this guy slid this far, and the friggin' Falcons took him.
I know.
I was looking up some stuff to see if there's something we just don't know about Xavier Watts, like a bad knee, bad shoulder, or something like that.
Well, I mean, he played in the national championship game, so he finished the season.
Yeah. Do we have a Notre Dame phobia now because of Foskey?
Maybe.
Foskey was the all-time sack leader for Notre Dame, and he hasn't done anything with the Saints.
He hasn't even earned snaps with the Saints. It's not even the fact that he hasn't done anything. He hasn't earned the right to be on the field. Which is insane.
Sawyer's now the first pick I don't like that they've made. I mean, really don't like. I can overlook Brockton going a little early because Texas D-line coach picked him probably. We've talked Shuck to death, but this one here really bugs me because I think this is a reach, and I think he's far more physically limited than Xavier Watts. I understand you want a run defender. I understand you want somebody in the box, but I don't see that guy. I could be wrong. He could be Roman Harper II, but
hated Roman Harper. I hate not even past. I hate Roman Harper.
Yeah. But you're not selling me on this pick because I'm looking at Xavier Watts going 2 picks later or 3 picks later. And it really bugs me.
Yep.
So this is the first one I'm really aggravated about.
Same.
And especially because I feel like we should have taken an edge rusher instead of a safety at that point.
Yeah, right. Yeah. We all talked about signing Justin Reed. Only slightly reduced the need at safety. So yeah, I can reach for some logic at the pick.
Mm-hmm.
But again, especially in today's NFL, and you have some questionable depth at cornerback, you need a versatile safety. You need somebody that's going to be able to cover, whether it's in a single high or maybe step down into the slot. If not both, at least one of them. And Sanker cannot do either.
Yeah.
He had over 900 snaps in the box during his career at Virginia.
He's a glorified linebacker. That's what he is. He's a run-stopping linebacker, but he's a safety. This kind of hurts my Danny Stutzman fantasy too, because I really wanted that kid from OU.
Well, I mean, you wanted Stutzman. I wanted Jay Higgins from Iowa, or Dumas Johnson, Jamon Dumas Johnson from Kentucky, one of those linebackers. Chris Paul from Mississippi, the linebacker's still there too.
He's a little undersized for me, though.
Chris Paul, yeah. Jay Higgins is undersized too, but he's got that dog. You wouldn't know it from watching the tape.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna throw out an edge rusher who is coming off of a torn ACL from Alabama, Q Robinson. I don't know where he'll go. I'm projecting him in the 5th round, though.
I think he'll go later than that because I heard he tore up his knee really bad.
Okay. Well, that was going to be my question. Since Brendan brought up edge rushers, if the worst happens and most of the really good edge rushers are gone by the time the Saints roll around in their 4th pick, do you possibly go ahead and take your running back and receiver, then in the 4th, and then maybe in the 6th, look at Q Robinson as an edge rusher?
I mean, maybe even before the 6th, if your medicals check out on him, because I mean, he was a hell of a player before he got hurt at Alabama.
Yeah.
Definitely a disruptor. Yeah,
he's a little light in the pants. He needs to get in an NFL weight room and an NFL diet. Put on about 20 pounds of good weight, muscle, and a little bit of fat, but mainly muscle, just to give him a more of a base to play a run defender. But I mean, to me, I don't know how bad that knee is, but
right.
If he that's a guy, just like Ravel we were talking about earlier, that's a guy I'm looking at going, okay, I don't need him to play this year, but if I take a late round flyer on him, it's somebody I can look at and go, okay, maybe this guy can become a rotational edge rusher in 2026, and we'll see what we can do with him.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
on the clock, real quick. Sorry to cut you guys off. Vegas is on the clock. This would be the spot if Shedeur were to go.
Yeah, but I'm begging for him to fall to day 3 now, just for entertainment value.
Yeah.
But no, back to your question, Alan. Yeah, if my medicals check out on Q, I wouldn't even be angry or too upset at going for him in the 4th. If the edge rushers you don't like are there, if Kennard, Barron, Walker, Sawyer, even Q comes off, or if for some reason you don't like them, then yeah, I do think you go running back. You get your Damian Martinez or Cam Scatterbo. I think that they have a higher value for at least where the Saints are picking next, which is 112. I think that they have a higher value than the big receivers left, the Felton and the kid from Stanford, the kid from Tennessee, those 3 guys. are the big-bodied receivers. Honestly, of those receivers, I would take Aronde Gatson, the tight end, before them, personally.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that too. Cornerback, obviously they must have a plan. They're not reaching, they're not going after him. And I have to give the Saints credit. Peyton would have traded at least 2 times in his draft, and they have not traded any future assets. They are letting the board come to them. I may not agree with the way they have their board stacked, but the Raiders again.
Back-to-back linemen.
That was a guy I had down around this time too.
Yeah, me too. I like him a lot.
Round. And yeah, I kind of kept going back to him because of his name.
Mm-hmm.
The Charles Grant, and he's another Charles Grant's a Saint. But this is a good pick. It's a developmental guy. This is a guy who's going to probably be your third tackle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he'll ever end up being a starter, but you need guys like him on your team.
Another big-bodied wideout. That some even thought might be picked late day 2. Nick Nash, the wideout from San Jose State. 6'2", 203, former quarterback. Not a lot of experience as a route runner, but has a good feel, for opposing defenses. Over the middle, great body control, for outside the body passes. He's still learning how to use his body to shield defenders. That's the one knock I have on him. But I can also pull up a couple highlights that showed him using that body to shield. So the ability is there. He just needs a little bit more experience as a route runner too.
I've got a mock draft that I did early, and I think I got both Besh and Nick Nash both in that draft. I'm trying to find it now. Yeah, it's one of the first ones I did. Oh, there's a guard that I've got late in the draft that picked. This is because I picked up pick 184, but Marcus Tate, offensive guard from Clemson. Somebody to possibly watch. I didn't print it. I tried to save all these things so I could go back and look at them in a couple of years. Yeah, I didn't print it. Oh well. I've got one edge that I have me taking him at pick 248 because I like his name, Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
The edge from Missouri. I mean, if I'm teammates with Johnny Walker, I'm calling him Red.
Hell yeah.
I mean, the old Joe Namath joke. I like my women blonde and my Johnny Walker red. It's. I'm still stunned by how far Sanders has fallen, and I know we've talked this thing to death, but I'm looking at Mel's best available, and his name is still up there with a single digit behind it.
I think
the other guys he's got up there all in the 100s, on his big board.
I think Mel had him as his 36th best prospect.
Yeah. And the fact that Cleveland went with Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about as big a middle finger as you can extend
It
to
really
somebody.
is.
And the Raiders
It-
have passed on him how many times?
yeah, yeah. But the Raiders at least can say, well, look, we just traded for this guy.
Right.
We've spent a lot of money on a quarterback.
Yeah.
We need other assets for this quarterback that we've got on the team. But the the teams that have no quarterback, the Steelers, the Saints, and the Browns are all passing on him.
Mhm.
And ESPN started this broadcast not tonight but last night, talking about how no team has done more research and work on a quarterback than the New York Giants. They trade back into the first round, and they take Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot about Jackson Dart to the Giants, like probably the last day and a half, 2 days before round one opened. So
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me by any means.
No, that part doesn't. Dylan Gabriel. That's the first time that I was shocked this draft.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Steelers passing on him at 83 too.
Yeah, that was a surprise.
I thought for
Upton
sure that's
Stout
where he would
from
go.
Upton Stout, Western Kentucky corner is the selection for San Francisco. What a name!
I
Upton
liked him. I thought he was a good fourth round pick, so this is a good place for him to go. Yeah, he's got. I don't know if he really fits with what the Saints want to do, but he certainly fits what the 49ers like to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hard part with the Saints projecting cornerbacks, because we've been so conditioned to the Dennis Allen kind of cornerback.
Right.
We're looking for, and I'm subconsciously looking for physical man press guys.
Yeah. Same
And
here.
that's not what they're going to play now. They're going to play far more zone.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to go back and look and say, okay, we need guys that are good zone guys, good outside zone guys who break on the ball quickly in the zone. So you're looking for more fast guys, but I still keep going back to 6'1", physical, 200+ pound corners.
Yeah.
And that's really not what they want anymore.
No, I've
So
been
that's a
guilty of the
hard
same thing.
It's a hard thing for me to wrap my mind around, and that's probably going to have to get used to this. That they're probably going to pick somebody who's 5'9", 5'10", 181 pounds, but runs like a 4.2 and just closes so quickly.
Mm-hmm. The fact that Sean Payton drafts LSU players now that he's not in New Orleans anymore cracks me up.
Right.
That is hilarious. It's now going to come out that Mickey Loomis must hate LSU.
Right.
That would be something if that news came out. Is like, no, Sean really wanted to draft this player from LSU, but Mickey was like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, Sean wanted to give away the entire draft to move up to go get Joe Burrow.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That would be something. That would be some news. Something like that would come out. It's not going to, but we can live in our little imaginary world.
Shador Sanders is now in the world with Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, and Kyle McCord.
That's hilarious. And if Will Howard gets picked before him,
I might buy a Will Howard jersey if that's the case.
That would be unbelievable. What if Quinn Ewers or Riley Leonard gets selected?
Oh, I forgot about Riley Leonard. That's a good one.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
If Riley Leonard gets drafted, period, that would be an amazing thing. But yeah, I personally have, and Saints fans are going to hate hearing this, but I personally have Quinn Ewers not getting even getting drafted, but the Saints bringing him in as an undrafted free agent as a camp arm, and maybe somebody they put in the practice squad.
They brought him in, had like a dinner with him, right? Like they They did their homework on that kid.
They like him, and he really, really likes the Saints. That's something I read, that he really wants to be a Saint. No, you can't get a skull, Vikings. Fuck Vikings. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but yeah, there are certain teams I do not like.
Nope.
And the Vikings are one of them.
Oh yeah, Vikings, Pack. I got a list.
Yeah, Falcons, of course, top the list, but the Jerry Jones Cowboys, because I respect the Roger Staubach, Tom Landry Cowboys.
Yeah,
but Jerry Jones Cowboys, but the Vikings, I really despise those guys. They don't get enough heartbreak, in my opinion.
No.
So you have good reason to. It's not like
if you're a Saints fan, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they used to destroy Jim Moore's teams. There goes Ty Felton. The money we had circled. So, I just find it funny that every time the Vikings beat the Saints in the postseason, they get curb stomped. They don't just get beaten; they get curb stomped in the next round. And they get beat so bad, you're going, did you really even belong in that game? I mean, the Eagles game was a great example of that after the Minneapolis Miracle.
Yep.
Well,
even after the Kyle Rudolph push-off,
Yep.
they went out to San Francisco, and I don't think they got shut out, but wasn't it pretty damn close?
Yeah. I think they had a hard time getting across the 50. The 49ers just took it to them. So I enjoy watching them lose. I enjoy watching the Rams lose too, but I have respect at least for Sean McVay.
Yeah,
I'm not
don't like him, but I respect him.
Yeah, I would love to have him as my coach, but I hate him as the Rams coach.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're officially wrapped up with day 2 of 2025 Draft-A-Thon. Bob, we'll start with you. Your reaction to day 2 as a whole. Give me a word or 3.
I'm confuzzled.
Confuzzled, okay.
Yes.
Is that a made-up word or is that an actual
We're
word?
going Dr. Seuss here, man. Dr. Seuss meets Snoop Dogg.
Yep. I am confuzzled. Because we all raised an eyebrow at the I think we expected a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
And whether he's your choice at quarterback or not, he's Kellen Moore's choice, so that's okay by me.
Yeah.
But we all raised an eyebrow at the Vernon Broughton, the defensive tackle selection out of Texas. Upon further review, it makes sense. Bo Davis coached him. He went up against Kelvin Banks, so they probably picked Kelvin's brain. Hey, how was this kid to go up against? And we all agreed that the Saints would address a big body defensive tackle at some point. It just earlier and not the name that we thought. The safety is what has me really confuzzled. Because Sanker, when Watt is still on the board, I get you need to improve your run defense, but you don't need to improve your run defense from the back up. You need to improve it in the front 7. If you're going to get a safety, it had to be a guy with range and a little bit of versatility, and Sanker has neither one of those. Yeah, again, maybe depending on the way they use him, maybe he turns out to be a terrific player. So I'm not going to say that the pick sucked or the draft sucked. I don't get the value and I don't get the player here. Obviously, and this is another thing that confuzzles me, the fact that they obviously feel comfortable with their cornerbacks. Okay, it's a stretch, but I can understand it. They obviously feel comfortable with their edge rushers, and that, guys, I don't get. 17 sacks from the position last year, 16 sacks the year before that, combined from the whole position. Yeah, they just don't feel any urgency to improve there. Now we'll see if Chase Young is a better stand-up rusher in space than he was a down lineman. But I mean, I think we've seen what Chase Young is. I think we've seen what Carl Granderson is, and we've seen the best of Cam Jordan come and go. You haven't really improved your front seven from the aspect of I can pressure the passer, I can run down mobile quarterbacks, I can disrupt throws, and even though there are a couple fewer edge rushers that we all still like still on the board, statistically speaking, you don't get you don't count on day 3 draft picks to instantly improve your team. Yes, I know the list. Yes, it happens, but NFL teams don't go into the NFL draft. I'm going to get a real difference maker in round 4 or round 5. That's just not the way they think. They draft for value, system fit, and best player on the board, and hope they catch lightning in a bottle. So I mean, your first 2-3 rounds, those are your impact players, and I don't know that I see an impact out of Sanker. It sucks that you had to draft a quarterback. You had to draft a quarterback. You had no choice. Because that automatically took you away from filling one of your needs. But it was unless you need emotional and mental therapy, you had to realize that the Saints were going to draft a quarterback at some point. But I mean, the picks themselves. I'm not the one interviewing these guys. I'm not the I watched the film, but I'm not the one there scouting them, talking to their coaches, etc. So I don't want to be too hard on this Sanker pick, or too hard on too critical of the Broughton pick. It's just again, when you grab those players, considering the bigger needs that you still have and the players that were on the board at the time, we'll see if their logic is better than mine.
I'm right with you on all this. I liked the quarterback pick only because I've talked myself into this quarterback. I knew you needed to take a quarterback. The guys that were left, I kind of threw out my evaluation of Shuck because he's Moore's guy. He's clearly Moore's guy. So I was just resigned to the fact that you're not getting Milroe. You're probably not going to draft Howard or any of the other guys I may like personally, but you're going to take a quarterback at 40, and that's just the way it's going to be. So from that standpoint, I'm like, okay, they got who I expected to get. I'm good with it. I thought round 3 was disappointing, and it kind of put a sour note on the night because I felt that I was willing to sacrifice defensive tackle to day 3, and I certainly did not have safety listed as a need. I thought corner and edge rusher were far bigger needs. And then I go see the Revel, the kid I liked from East Carolina, go to Dallas after we made our pick. And then I see we take a safety, and the safety I like better goes again after we make our pick. So it really frustrates me. Now they got some edge rushers out there, and unlike what Bob was saying, I think you can get a starter out of one of these edge rushers that are left. I think they'll be in position to get these guys, but then now we're starting to talk about guys like Q Robinson, who that's somebody you shouldn't be counting on.
Right.
So that's what's disappointing. I just wouldn't have picked defensive tackle and safety in the 3rd. I would have taken corner then edge. But that's me looking at players based off of magazines and mock drafts, rating systems. Like Bob said, I didn't interview these kids either. Xavier Watts may have interviewed very badly, and you got a very bad feeling from this kid as to what kind of player he's going to be. So you end up lowering his rating on the board. We've been talking about, that's why we think Shedeur is falling the way he is. I don't know that. I'm, I don't know what could have been wrong with him. But yeah, I mean, you have a gaping hole at corner. I just don't get the logic behind it. I think Brockton, you could have gotten the 4th round. I don't want to say he's a reach, but I just think that he is a guy that you probably could have gotten in the 4th round instead of the 3rd. And you take these 2 players in the 4th round instead of the 3rd, I'm still not happy, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, okay, I can kind of see it now. You need to get guys that are going to start on day 1 and day 2.
Mm-hmm.
You got to start at left tackle, despite what fans think and stuff. You likely have a opening day starter at quarterback, because I'm going to assume that he probably beats out Rattler. I could be totally wrong, but still, it's a position that you're gunning for a starter. These 2 guys in the 3rd round, I don't think are starters.
No.
And
Not day 1 starters.
Not day 1 starters. So that's tough to swallow, and that's what makes it a disappointing night.
Yeah, I think for me, the bright spot maybe, if you're trying to find a positive, especially with the Saints, is saying, okay, well, maybe he's going to be available to play a little bit of nickel, some of those things. And Bob already talked about how much he despised the Roman Harper experience. I'm a little bit different. I really enjoyed Roman Harper. But if he could play a little bit more of that box, plays a little bit in coverage, this and that, that might be the positive takeaway. Quarterback, we all kind of expected. So you get that check mark next to the box of position need, check. You got your quarterback, regardless of whether you like that quarterback or not, right?
Yeah.
The day 3 stuff, it kind of goes back to what we said day 1, where it was like, well, that's not the biggest need that this team had. But at least on day 1, it was like, well, that's not the biggest need that you had, but you got a damn good player out of it, and certainly got a guy of value for the position and pick, to where round 3 feels a little bit more like, well, I feel like kind of what you said. I feel like you probably could have got both those guys in round 4, and those were not the biggest positions of need. But that's why we're on this side of the table. Front office on their side of the table. They may see something in these kids. They might end up being fantastic players. And Bob kind of went on a whole thing when we opened up this draft-a-thon on day 1. Is like, we're not going to tolerate any personal shots on these kids and this, that, and the other, which was very well said. And I think the other important part of that is, if you're a fan of the New Orleans Saints, you're a fan of any team in general. Once they're a part of your team, you can dislike the pick, but give them a fair shot. Support them. Root for them. They're on your team. Now, if they piss you off because they suck after a year or after 5 games or something, by all means, okay. But give them their fair shot, right? So that would be my takeaways from today. Confuzzled, is that the word we used? I'm kind of in that boat. I understand the quarterback. Not the quarterback I would have taken, but I understand the quarterback. And if that's Kellen Moore's guy, by all means, it's Kellen Moore's guy. We're going to roll with it. The 3rd round picks confuse me a lot. So if I have to come up with a word, I'm contentified.
Oh, I like that one.
Content. Like, I'm just kind of like, I guess I'm content. Or forced into being content. So I'm contentified. That is
all right. Content. I thought you said contempt.
Oh, no. Not quite that.
Alan and I are a little bit closer to contemptified.
Okay, well, we created 2 words in one sentence. That's
and the hard part for Saints fans, there's no sexy picks except for the quarterback, and it's not the guy they want.
Exactly.
Right.
No running back, no receiver. So you're looking at this team and going, how much did you improve this team just now in this draft? And I think that's the comment we're going to see for the next 24 hours. How much has this draft improved this team? And I think that's going to be the hardest part for fans to wrap their heads around, because here we are, Bob and I are midway through the third round, or the three of us midway through the third round, and we're talking about signing Asante Samuel, bringing in somebody who can be at least a pass rusher for the Saints. And you shouldn't be talking like this during a draft, but you feel like you're missing people, you're missing positions, and you're not going to get a running back or a wide receiver now. There isn't anybody out there. As far as free agents, you're going to have to get them through the draft. So, if we don't get a good running back and we don't get a receiver, I'm going to be more contemptible than contemptified, because those are my next two biggest needs. You cannot rely on Kendre Miller. You cannot rely on these receivers, because I don't think Olave makes it through game 5 before he gets another concussion. And I have no confidence in Bub Means and all the rest of those guys. So you need to get a receiver out there. And the receivers, that pool's getting thinner and thinner each time. And you definitely need a running back. My gosh, you need to get a running back. I don't care who the offensive linemen are. You need to get something out there. And I had jokingly said, "Oh, let's add a guard." I don't know when you're going to be able to make room for a guard now.
Right.
So I'm having a hard time. The more I think about this, the more I'm just like, man, it wasted opportunities. I would feel better if they would have taken Xavier Watts as the safety and taken Revel as the corner. I'd probably feel better about those two picks, but that's me on the outside looking in.
Well, before we wrap up tonight, let's put a prediction out there. How far is this slide going to continue? It's the talk of the draft. Will be the talk of the off season for a little bit. If you guys have to predict where the slide ends, where is it going to end?
Given all the trades that have taken place, I don't know which teams open up day 3 in the 4th round. You got to believe that, Mel Kiper aside, you got to believe that Shedeur Sanders is certainly the best quarterback left. But I think we all had Sanders rated above Dylan Gabriel. Maybe we didn't have him. I didn't have him rated above Jalen Milroe, but certainly above Dylan Gabriel. I got to believe that Shedeur Sanders comes off of the board finally within the first 5 to 10 picks of the 4th round.
Takes the pick of the 4th round.
If he doesn't, you got to believe then. This isn't about football. I don't believe it's about football talent now, but it's almost a personal shot. Like Sanders, Shedeur somehow wronged these teams that need quarterbacks. Now, I always say, day 3 is all about system fit and best available player on the board, at the time. Sanders has got to be someone's best available fit at some point, during day 3, and I would think it'd be sooner rather than later.
The Steelers have the 21st pick of the 4th round.
Yeah.
The Raiders have the 6th. Any chance the Saints pull a Redskins and draft 2 quarterbacks in the same?
It won't be Sanders.
It won't be. Yeah, it's clearly not going to be Sanders. If it is, it's someone like Will Howard or Kyle McCord if they last, say, till the 6th round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Jets have the 110th pick. And after that, you're looking at the Steelers all the way at pick 123, the 21st pick of that round. And once you get past that, the Rams maybe at 127, but there's nobody left after that in the entire fourth round. I mean, the Raiders have 135. But you're now at the point where do the Colts just take a flyer at 117? I can't see the Colts doing that.
There's going to be some, if he falls to like the middle of the fourth, there's going to be some teams that just go, screw it, he's the best available, right?
Yeah. Best available, and you think you can trade him later, like somebody like the Eagles doing that.
Yeah.
Eagles pick 130. Dolphins pick at 116. But the problem you run into, the Eagles also pick at 111. I didn't see that one because of a trade they made. But it gets to the point now that you're going, okay, if I do this, who am I losing a shot at getting? How confident am I in my roster? I can essentially burn a pick up, set a pick on fire just to maybe be able to flip it later on. Yeah. If he goes past, I'll be serious. If he gets past the Steelers at 123, except for the Raiders at 135, there is nobody left in the draft that's looking at a quarterback. Yeah, there really isn't. This is now beyond. Okay, it's kind of funny that he didn't get to be a first round pick. This is now getting to the point of the teams that needed quarterbacks all got their guys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where you think you're going to go now. You're going to go in a place where you're the third guy on the depth chart, and you're going to have to you have to fight for a roster spot.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable. I can't imagine the Steelers going into the season with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and I don't even remember the name of the other guy they got. I know it's some journeyman.
Well, I've said it all along. Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Steeler, and now I'm more convinced than ever.
Why would you do that to yourself, though? I mean,
I honestly think Bob's right, though. I think the teams that made the most sense for Shador have been Cleveland, yes, and I'm not convinced the Jets are going to sign a quarterback after signing or draft a quarterback after signing Justin Fields to a 2-year deal. I think they're going to roll the dice with Fields and see what happens.
That's a hell of a gamble.
I'm a supporter of Justin Fields. I think he's a really talented guy. Just about getting the right pieces around him. But anyway,
I don't know. If I'm going to be brutally honest in my evaluation, I think Shador Sanders is a better quarterback than Justin Fields.
Agreed.
This is a passer. I mean, Shador's got his weaknesses, and they're pretty significant. But I don't think Justin Fields has shown his ability to consistently throw the football.
Nope.
So if I'm the Jets, I'm taking a shot at Shador in the fourth. And that's a hell of a market to put him in.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets to be in the same market as the Giants. So that would be an interesting situation for him to be in. But at the same time, if I just pay Justin Fields a lot of money to be my starter and I draft a guy like Sanders, that's tough for somebody like Fields to take. I don't know if he's mentally strong enough to have a guy like him looking over his shoulder in that market with the pressure of, okay, he just threw a bunch of incomplete passes and he went like 2 for 22. in a preseason game, and the fans are just screaming, and the back page of the Post and the Newsday is calling fields of, or Potter's Field, something like that. It's always some kind of clever thing, but yeah, Potter's Fields.
Yeah,
And
because you're not
how
talking
long
about a
before Shador
normal.
starts?
Right. You're not talking about a normal fourth round draft choice at quarterback. You're talking about the Sanders brand and what's coming along with that. So I agree with what you said about Fields. I don't discount what you said, Brendan. I think Shador, the Jets and Shador is now an underrated fit. But I can't see it there. I just see the Jets saying, okay, we're going to roll better for worse with Justin Fields. And what's the worst that will happen to us? We'll pick in the top 5 of next year's draft again. The Jets are certainly content with being there.
Yeah.
And it should be a better quarterback class next year, too.
It should be. It should be. I just keep telling the Saints fans who hate this quarterback pick, look, Drew Allar is going to be probably your guy. Drew Allar, I'm sorry, is probably going to be your guy next year. If he turns out to be a mess and gets hurt again and he struggles to beat Rattler and stuff like that, it's possible that the Saints are picking in the top 5 and they got a shot at a better quarterback. So, what do you guys keep saying? Keep swinging until you get hit on a guy. And worst thing can happen. You now have a backup quarterback that's relatively inexpensive, that fits a similar profile. But regardless, the only other place, going back to Sanders, the only other place I can see he could possibly go is what you kept saying, Brendan. Him going to the Raiders.
Be the worst.
That's a good fit for him.
It would be the
Vegas,
worst thing for his career.
I know, but Vegas trying to get fans into the seats, get fans interested, excited. You got Genty back there. He's now got a running game. He's got a hell of a tight end to throw to. They're building an offensive line with the picks they've made. It gives him a great shot at being a piece, being a not the savior, but a guy who can make this team a winner. And you're playing in a dome, which is what one of the things that Kuiper kept beating the table over. It just seems like that's a much better fit, and his jersey sales will be ridiculous.
Yes,
because black and silver and black and the Raiders and the whole bit. Yeah, a lot of people will like to wear that Sanders jersey as a Raider.
Absolutely. Well, Bob, what time are we officially going on tomorrow?
Doesn't coverage start at noon?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
I think it's noon your time, 11 my time.
Yeah. All right. Folks, Brendan is going to be on the road. My son Will has a soccer game that may not be wrapped up at noon. I think that we can open our stream up at 12. You think?
Yeah, we can make it happen.
And we'll jump on as soon as we can. You might see me from a youth soccer field and Brendan from his car. But we can open up. We don't want to be too delayed in opening up the stream because the Saints have the 10th pick to open up day 3, and those picks move really fast on Saturday. We'll open up our stream around noon. We might be in and out a little bit more often than what we have been in the past on day 3. But the Saints have, as scheduled now, 2 picks in the 4th, 1 in the 6th, and 2 in the 7th. So it could potentially be another busy day for the team.
Absolutely. Well, those picks get traded around like hotcakes. So we'll see what happens. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to see if I can do this back-to-back days right. That's Bob Rose. That's Rick. Thank you guys for hanging out with us for day 2 of the Draft-A-Thon. We've got some made-up words, so we're on track for silly season for day 3. Super excited. to have you guys with us. Hopefully, you Saints fans are a little happier with some of those day 3 picks. And hopefully, the Saints can get what we feel is a steal with the 10th pick in round number 4. In the meantime, make sure to check out Under the Dome with Alan Ulrich. Continue to check us out with the Bayou Blitz. And, make sure Bob gets paid, so read some of his stuff with Athlon Sports Inside the Saints, some of my stuff with Athlon Sports Inside the Saints, but focus more on Bob. He's the one who's punching out the articles like crazy. I've got like 2 to my name outside of the draft coverage yesterday. So make sure you guys support. We appreciate your support. Thank you to 200 of you that are hanging out with us.
Wow.
Tonight. We deeply, deeply appreciate it. So get some sleep. We'll see you guys in 12 hours back for another Draft-A-Thon stream for day 3. Until then, get some rest. Who dat?
Thank you, guys.
The field